guy with a scope weapon. He's like, kill him. Because there's snipers that are killing Americans. And Chris, like, didn't quite feel comfortable, and Leif was like, hey, he's saying we're cleared, and goes back and forth, and finally Leif's like, hey, we don't feel comfortable taking the shot. And the guy's kind of pissed. And this is a great company command. Guy's kind of pissed. And he's like, okay, well, we'll go clear it. And Leif's like, Roger, we got, we'll tell you what we see. And a few minutes later, the army goes to assault that building, but they come out of the building that they were going to assault. They didn't know we miscounted the buildings or they miscounted the building. I forget what it was. But that right there, man, if Chris could have shot one of friendlies, but we had to be so careful about these engagements. And then there was another one that I wrote about where we had a sniper element on a rooftop, and there's a Bradley fighting vehicle on an intersection, and he calls back like, hey, we see bad guys on the building of building 48J or whatever the building was. And the company commander's like, you got any guys on that building? I'm like, hold on. I'm like, because it's, multiple guys with scope weapons on top of a building. I'm like, do me a favor. Have the Bradley count the number of buildings he sees till he gets to that target. And he's like, what? And I go, please. And he's like, okay. Says, all right, hey, whatever, -1, count the number of buildings you see before you get to that target building. So I was like, what? He said, count the number of buildings. Counts the number of buildings, come back. He said, hey, we mis-ID'd the number of the building. It's actually building 32. Like, yeah, we got friendlies on that building. Do not engage. So that's what we were dealing with a lot. And there was cases in Ramadi of people engaging Humvees. Like, there's probably no vehicle in the world with a more distinct silhouette than a Humvee. And we had guys there was soldiers and Marines that engaged Humvees because of the confusion and chaos of the battlefield. So that's how we started off, with a massive lesson learned.
With a lesson learned like that, and you took ownership of that. I mean, and this is advice for future leaders in war. I mean, how do you brush that off and get your head back in the game?
Well, what are we going to do to prevent it? Like, we got lessons learned. And, I think when you're shooting head plates and you miss one, if you start thinking about the one that you just missed, you're going to miss 2 more. And I think that's a really important thing to be able to do with other factors in your life. Hey, look, this happened. It went bad. We need to fix it. We need to fix it, and we need to move on. If you live in the past on stuff, without, you learn from it, but you can't. It's like I say about when you, with losing people. You lose someone, like your friend, your parents, your brother, your sister, whoever, someone close to you dies. You got to remember them, but you can't dwell in the past. You can't just be there forever, because then you're not moving forward. So I think it's a similar activity here, from my standpoint, is like, oh, okay, like this is what we did wrong. This is the lessons that we learned, and here's how we move forward.
Did you feel any type of reluctancy to address your men as their leader again after that? Immediately after that?
No. I was really close with these guys, up and down the chain of command. These guys we did a workup together. They'd seen me in every different type of scenario. They're not like, these are my brothers. We have great relationships, so if I would have blamed one of these guys, I would have been ashamed to show my face.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But they were more like, hey, this wasn't your fault. I'm like, yes, it was. Like, they've tried to re-explain to me.
Well, the other thing is they're all thinking, he's got our fucking back. And that's really definitely one of the most
Phase forklift is out or it's goodbye.
And you got to know that they have your back. And this is, this is one of those things where it turns into, or you have to watch out. Because if you work for me and your impression of me that I give you is that no matter what you do, I'll cover for you, now we get into a bad zone. Because you have to know that if you do something that's immoral,
Let's go to the container storage.
or unethical,
Remember, Raider, if you stumble upon a crate, deliver it to a field
now you
depot so
explained
we
to me
can
what
try to
happened,
crack
what
it
went wrong,
open.
and you had what we learned from the Army, which is a good shot, bad result. No, 100%. 100%. But if you are doing things that are illegal, immoral, or unethical, you need to know that I will not have it. And even something, even this is not extreme, but like I tell that, hey, you get a DUI. It doesn't matter what I do, because it's going to be in the system, and you're going to get in trouble, and there's nothing I can do about it. Like, there's nothing I can do. Like, I can go and be you get it doesn't matter how much I have your back. That's what's happening. So, yes, you're right. But as a leader, you've got to put those parameters up to make sure that guys understand what the left and right lateral limits are. And they can be big, but they're not infinite. And that's why I need to know that you have my back. Because if you're out doing something that you shouldn't be doing, what are you doing to me, man? Because I'm gonna take the fall as well. It's not like I'm just gonna be like, oh no, he did it. Because I am responsible. If you do something stupid or you do something illegal and you get rolled up, I'm going down too. As I should. Because I let it happen. So yes, 100%. And these guys knew that. These guys knew that. That is how we have to operate. And luckily for me, like I said, I did that. I understood left and right lateral limits. I understood that very well. And that was a real lesson. Because there wasn't really any ambiguity. If you do something that's outside the box, anything you do inside the box, like I said, in our legislation, are civilians going to get killed in combat zone? Yes, they are. Are the wrong breaches going to happen to the wrong building? Yep, they're going to happen. There are things that are going to happen. And I will have your back. As long as you're doing the right things for the right reasons. And yeah, my guys knew that for sure. And I knew that.
How was it working with Chris Scott?
Great. Yeah. It's great. He was a wise ass. He was he was a shit talker. In like a good team guy way. And he was a great guy to have in the team. Yeah, man. You'd see him and Tony looking at imagery for hours trying to figure out what building to do best. The distance, the long axis. And, he's good. He's good. He did a long time on his gun. He was sniper. And he would set himself up for some good positions. You know what I mean? He can set himself up on some long axis positions where he can see 4 or 5 blocks. And meanwhile, that sniper might see half of an hour. So, but he earned that position. He earned it with his patience and his discrepancy. He was good as he was. He was a good person on there. Yeah, wisdom because I wasn't a sniper.
Oh, you're good. Okay. Just to get your roll, team.
shotgun mag bag. I don't need it. Let me see. I do not. Thank you, bro. Here, you need a lightweight stock. I already have the blueprint for it, so I don't need the thing itself. Oh no, I do. You know. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. We went up the stairs. Yeah. Yeah, I know that feels. Damn battleground. For all of them, you can. There's always a guaranteed one there. It's either on. It's always at the research building, so near the tower. So if you go to the research building, there'll be one sitting in the corner near the stairs that goes up to the front entrance. And then if it's not there, then there's always another one that'll be at the in the middle part of the dam, and it'll be where it breaks off on the dam, where the big arc is. So you can always look up a YouTube video. I probably didn't explain it too well, and just find the spots or something. But I don't like personally using YouTube. But yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Oh, I did. Yeah, yeah. I'll take it. I'm collecting for letters right now. I'm keeping them out. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. I already got like 5 of them. Cool.
Up in here.
Yeah, but all good and we got everything. Nothing too crazy in the ball.
Yeah, they ain't shit up in here. No, I'm good, boss. Fuck it.
Let's head home at the south elevator. Let's go to vehicle maintenance. at the central elevator. Head home at the south elevator.
Your call is received. Checking. Okay. Stand by for elevator. Stand by a second. Hatch open. Terminal online. Procedures for access.
Chip.
But you know, he pass on some hassling to these new guys. I can tell you that. The funny thing is, you know, he liked to do. This is weird, but he liked to do like pranks, like a grade school kid. Like he would prank people, do funny stuff. Like that's what he's like. So he wasn't the, you know, in the movie they make him out to be like super serious all the time and all this stuff, and he was actually just a funny, great guy to be around. That brought a lot of entertainment with him. You know, a lot of entertainment.
Right on.
And we had a good crew of guys that was, you know, that's a SEAL platoon, man. It's a SEAL platoon. I guess there's SEAL platoons where they're not like having fun and ribbing each other and, you know, being brothers. But I was never in a platoon like that. I was always in a platoon that was freaking awesome to hang around. And, you know, when I was a young SEAL, what'd I do on the weekends? I went to the team. We went to the team on the weekends. Went to the team on Saturday and worked on your gear. Went to the team on Sunday and worked out with your buddies. That's all we did. There wasn't but even then, my family was second to my platoon, to my task unit, to the teams. I would love to tell you that I'm embarrassed to admit that or that that's not the right thing, but when you're in the SEAL teams, I think that is the thing.
It's
That
the
is
fucking way it is, man.
that's the way it is. And you know, God bless my wife who was just like a saint, but she handled the family stuff, and I handled the war
Let's
stuff.
go to the container storage.
Were you married at this time?
Yep. So going to Ramadi.
Have your
I
eyes adjusted to the dark yet,
had,
Raider?
3 kids at that time.
Loot is
You
ripe
had
for the
3
picking
kids.
while most of Toledo is asleep. Though my suppliers
How
say
are
that
you
Ark
handling
is
deployment?
twice
How
as vigilant
how
after
long?
sunset.
How many deployments had you done married with kids? And or with
2. Well, no, 1. 3. So my daughter was born. My oldest daughter was born the day before I went on the strike deployment at Team 2. She was born and I left. Never changed a diaper. And then while I was in college, I had 2 more kids because I was home. And then, and yeah, I mean, I was in the SEAL teams, man. Like, we go on deployment, we go to war, and you want to be with your kids, but you're not going to be with your kids in the SEAL teams. It's not a good family environment. Now, if you have a strong family, you know, men have been going, you know, on some form of deployment since the beginning of time.
You said this at breakfast, and I fucking love this.
I mean, because I hear sometimes people like, oh, you know, the father's got to be around. Like, I wasn't around. You know, And a lot of dads weren't around, and they raised some awesome kids. And so, yeah, guys have been going on the hunt, on the sea voyage, on the crusade, whatever you're going on. Men have been going on that stuff for a long time, and the kids understand that, and the moms understand it, and they raise warriors.
How long have you been married?
I think 28 years.
What is the secret to a successful marriage?
There's a couple, but number one is marry like a pretty awesome woman. And then, just apply the principle of leadership to your.
think so. Here, able to? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Good luck, man. That's alright. Thank you.
room at the south elevator.
Okay, security.
What is this? Oh,
Stand by. I'm sending the elevator.
cute. Oh, a little Toro? Fuck yeah. I've been looking for this thing all. I have so much shotgun ammo. No shotguns to use. Look at that.
Initiating hatch open sequence now.
An arc orbital
Stand by.
engaged. Safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Esperanza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Hatch open. Terminal online. This is Esperanza.
It's the same principles that you want your wife to listen to you, you better listen to her. You want your wife to trust you, you better trust her. You want your wife to respect you, you better treat her with respect. You want your wife to care about you, you better care about her. If something goes wrong, you better take ownership. So, that's worked out great for me. And my wife's a saint. My wife's a saint.
I'm sure she is. Want more from the Sean Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes where you can watch the guests interact with the team and explore the studio before every episode. Plus, unlock bonus content like our extra intel segments where we ask our guests additional questions, our new SRS on-site specials, and access to an entire tactical training library you will not find anywhere else. And the best part? Patreon members can ask our guests questions directly. Your insights can help shape the show. Join us on Patreon now, support the mission, and become part of the Sean Ryan Show's story.
You know, when you were asking me about the pressure, my first deployment was in Iraq, and I told you that I didn't really feel this, wasn't, the idea of someone getting wounded or killed was kind of a little bit of a distant thing in the back of my mind. And in Ramadi, it was front of mind. And when you see that many casualties happening, like on a daily basis, the odds are going to catch you. And of course, do you hope, am I fatalistic? Because that was my thought process? Maybe. But it was also just numbers, man. It was just the numbers. You just look at the numbers. And every day, every time you leave the wire, there is a chance. And so it's a daily basis. And listen, the Army and the Marine Corps are just making the most incredible sacrifices. You see it. You go to their memorials. You hear it on the radio. That's one thing that was, you'd hear it on the radios. You'd hear, hey, there's 1 KIA heading back to Camp Ramadi, or 3 wounded heading to Charlie Med. Like, you would hear these things. It's just constant.
It's daily.
Daily. So, and, I try and give as much admiration to the Army and the Marine Corps, who fought so hard in such terrible conditions. And that's what they were facing every day, and that's what we were facing. And we had the Bouillon Blue happen almost pretty quickly thereafter. Cow wounded bad. And, Cow, he's in Charlie Med. He's all doped up on morphine. The doc pulls me aside and he's like, hey, I don't know if his leg's gonna make it. Roger. And Cowie, I bend over to hold his hand, and he's like, the first thing's out of his mouth, let me stay.
Damn.
So that's the kind of guys you got, Let me stay. So, this is, once the 1-1 AD shows up with Colonel McFarland, later General McFarland, that's when we start pressing in to the city. That's when we start supporting these combat overwatch, or these combat outposts being built in the city, which is a huge construction project. And there's a time period when they're building these combat outposts in the city that they're extremely vulnerable because they're doing a construction project in the middle of a war zone. And so what can we do to help that is we can set up sniper overwatch positions, and when the enemy would maneuver in to attack them, we would kill them. And it was actually General McFarland. He wrote it in an article. It's like those combat outposts being built were bait. He didn't put them out there as bait. He put them out there on the grand strategy of taking over the city, but it's like a salt lick. Mm-hmm. You start building this construction project in the middle of downtown Ramadi, the insurgents are absolutely going to attack you. And when they do, my guys will be in an offset position, 200 meters away, 300 meters away, 400 meters away, looking down a long axis at an approach where the Marines would come. And they'd kill them.
Hope you're close to the season, Raider. It's a good day, so go to the town hall, but do beware of frostbite.
Ideal setup for us. Yeah, it was, when we started doing this, the amount of scrutiny for the one we're going to do, for General McFarland, he was getting scrutinized on the amount of combat that his guys were getting, the amount of casualties and the amount of killing that he was doing. He was getting that scrutiny from the back. And I was feeling and it was everybody who comes from Commander was a great guy at the time that came down. The Commodore was the SOCOM commander. The General Brown, SOCOM commander. He came to see us in the world. We got 35 SEALs. The world with special operations to talk to the nationals to make sure that they were getting what we needed. So there was a lot of eyes on what we were doing. And part of that was because of the amount of people we were killing. And part of it was because they were very responsible operations.
Can I ask you a question? You've been studying this. You've been studying the Army since before you got there. SEALs have, what, a year and a half worked up. You started studying, sounds like, you found out 6 months into.
Feeling buff?
Train has arrived. Watch the doors.
Go to the Arbusto Tower.
Train ready for departure.
Let's go to the hospital. the northern station.
Work up that you were going to Ramadi?
No, we didn't know we were going to Ramadi until like a couple weeks before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about doing dailies, weeklies, monthlies of troops in contact, casualties. You've studied this fucking why would anybody be under scrutiny for the amount of combat that they're seeing when they want you to incrementally take over a fucking city? That makes zero sense to me.
Yeah. And again, it wasn't just me and Special Operations. General McFarland was doing the same thing. And again, just like General McFarland had a great
Let's go to the Red Tower.
I had a great relationship with my commander. And so when I explained to him, you know, we started probably a few weeks, like 3 weeks into these sniper overwatches that we were doing. This was early in the game. And we killed probably 10, 15, something, mostly IED officers. And I talked to my note, and they're like, hey, according to the can I get some more time with that? Well, you know what it's like. There's not a lot of direct enemy contact. And there's not a lot of killing most of the time. You're doing DAs, they don't want to fight. Do they get killed sometimes? Yes. But most of the time, they don't really want to fight. So they surrender. And capture. The capture kill part is mostly capture. For me on my first one, it was almost all capture. Killed very few. Well, now you're in this zone where there's enemy that are, like I said, like going to assault Nick. They are maneuvering through the streets and in locations with tactical advantage that we selected with long access down multiple roads. You're gonna start killing a lot of enemy fighters. And it was abnormal. It was abnormal. And so, you know, the scrutiny came. But
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
it's no factor. You know, we had to have guys sign a shooter statement for everybody that we know. There was like sworn shooter statement. And at first guys were like, how are we gonna do this? It's like, hey, because in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, someone's gonna come back and say, this person died here. Who did it? And we'll say either, oh yeah, that was us, this is why, or no, that wasn't us. So, again, luckily for me that I had seen the officer side of things, I understood that. And I was able to explain to the guys. Like, hey, there's a reason we're seeing this scrutiny. It's because we're killing a lot of bad guys. And the chain of command is to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the right reasons. We are. And they see that. We got such great support from the Siege of Soda, from my chain of command, from the Special Operations chain of command, for sure. Like I said, General Brown came out. And by the way, the Army, the Marine Corps, was like, F it. You know, I had Colonel in charge, General Sean McClellan, had him on my podcast. And, you know, like, you can tell it was as good as it gets. And so, yeah, there's scrutiny.
Let's go to that
Because of a lot of
location.
bad guys, and there's also scrutiny because these are risky freaking operations. And, you know, a big one was going out the game. Why would you give up tactical advantage of going out at night, which we have, because we've got night vision, we've got lasers, the whole 9 yards. Why would we make that mistake? Well, there's a bunch of reasons. You know, there's a bunch of reasons. Number one, our mission for the Siege of Soda was to train and fight company and platoon-sized elements of Iraqi soldiers. So that means we are supposed to train them and go and fight with them. Company and platoon units, not special mission units, not DA units, company and platoon-sized elements of infantry soldiers. That's what we're supposed. That's what our task was. We put together some scouts, we put together some special mission units, but that was our task. They don't have night vision. We didn't even have flashlights. We used to get like pilots of Iraqis flashlights. So for them to do a clearance operation at night was like just a non-starter. So that means they're going to go out the day. Since we're training and fighting them, yes, we are announced I fight them on the floor during the day. I want to protect them, so what am I doing? Watch positions. What time is it? Daytime. And by the way, we killed 99% of the enemy was during the daytime. Because at nighttime, the enemy I made was I never really explained that outside of my chain of command. Like, so to the teams that were
Let's go to the Arbusto Tower.
most of the guys don't. We do. Oh, here's why we're gonna go. Occasionally, that doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know what bad it is, couldn't conceive a reason to go out in the daytime, or couldn't conceive how it's possible to kill that many enemy fighters. But they are everywhere. And so I should have done a better job of communicating that aspect of things. But I didn't really recognize it because my chain of command, they knew, and most of the, the people that were around me that were actually talking to me, they were doing like, oh, that makes sense. You get it. Include, like I said, including the chain of command on the special operations side and the conventions side. But you're going into these areas, and the Army's taking casualties. the Legion's
Raider
taking
cache,
casualties,
down there.
and I know that at some point we're going to take casualties. And like I said, we had a couple guys wounded. Cowrie was wounded bad. But on August, that's when he got wounded severely. And he was shot in the face. And I know when you had Leif on the podcast, Leif gave you a pretty detailed description. But you had a guy like Ryan Job, who I had his parents on my podcast. Just, and you can't even describe just what a being of light. Just tough, funny. This is good enough. And he gets shot. Thankfully, he had his weapon right up in his cheekbone where he was supposed to have it. 3 hours into
A door.
a clearance operation
Go to the
on the
hospital.
rooftop, and he still is a disciplined machine gunner. He has his weapon up his cheekbone. Single shot hits his rifle, hits his machine gun, and hits him in the face, and just devastating damage to his face. The Kazbak. And this kind of initiates one of the larger battles in the Battle of the Mark. Was on the second. And Leif and his guys go back to Cop Falcon, which is we have a great relationship with 137 and Leif, great friends. Their company commander Mike Parma, great friend Colonel Tedesco. And now they're starting to take heavies out there in the field. It's a big gunfight, and Leif gets Ryan Kazbak, and it didn't look good. Although he did rise, but Leif did not think he was gonna make it for a bit. And these guys are the Army. Same combat experts don't do this where these insertions it's already, like I said, one of the biggest battles. And, Tony was the platoon chief down there, and just no hesitation for any of the boys. Roll out. They softened up the target with the Brads, 25mm chain gun, and think they went in the first building and cleared it. The second building they go into, and they take fire from the adjacent building. And Mark Lee. Another guy that's just all good, like in his whole being, his soul, his game. That was just when the scheduled visit was. And he came to the flight line for the Angel flight. And earlier that morning, you know, one of the Marine elements that we worked with from 3-8, there was a 4th platoon, it was Lima Company, and Tony and Leif, and those guys had done a bunch of operations with them and gotten to know them, and their assistant platoon commander, or their platoon commander, you know, he was kind of broing out friends with Tony because Tony's Tony, you know? And, you know, it's weird, I heard this story from both guys at a later time, but when Tony gets up there and he sees the platoon commander from 4th platoon, and he's like, dang, they must have heard about Mark. And the platoon commander told me later that he saw Tony, and he said, dang, they must have heard about Joe. Because that morning, Joe Thompson from 3-8, he was killed.
Wow.
So, SEALs, Marine, and Army, we stood there on that flight line and loaded those boys up to go home. And, the war doesn't stop. And that was a shortfall for the SEAL teams out of the 90s. You know, you think you do an operation, and when the operation's over, it's over. Well, it doesn't really, I mean, it matters, but the operation's over. But we never really thought about that. And guess what? The Army and the Marine Corps, they understood that. We had to learn that immediately.
How are you holding it together?
I had to focus on the job. I had to focus on the job. Service. Told some stories about Mark at the memorial service. We were in Vegas And he was like a maniac, dude. Just he's gambling. And he would like, I'd walk through the casino and I'd see him gambling and be like, hey sir,
Go to the Santa Maria house.
I'm winning big over here. Like he was just that guy. And or if you're playing blackjack with him, the deal would bust and then, everybody's a winner. And we had a whole casino segment. So we got to tell some stories about Mark. And then I also remember that day, Seth, he had an operation theater. And this was like the day before one of those days. And he sent me like it's like text messaging. He sends me one, he's like, hey, we're not going to do something. And I was like, hey, I understand that, like, chain of command, don't worry, I got it, like, we're clear to go. And he's like, no, we're not going to do it. I said, no, SEALs just took out, it's like TU ramp, engaged 3 mortar men with mortar tubes with 3 rounds of 300 Win Mag, resulting in 3 EKIA. Bro, I'm going right over here like, hey, the SEALs just whacked those dudes, and that happened a lot. And, we have been very lucky. And we have been very lucky for months. And so talking to the Army guys, when Mark got killed, it was like invincibility was shattered. But the war does continue. And so we stood down for...
I'm rushing for some there.
There's a leader. What do you say to your men? For those people.
Let's move to that location.
I told him the truth. Except for me. And I knew that every day that we were doing our job, there was going to be some Marines on the this war.
Tango Tower.
We're gonna go back to work. I'm gonna take the fight to this Rouge. I want to kill as many of them as we can.
With as much loss as you've experienced up to this day, would you have
There.
changed anything? Would you have told them anything different?
Maybe. But I don't know that there's anything else to do in a situation like that. I've got my what was remember guns well and that kind of stuff. But these are you know, we're all very focused at this time on what's happening. Very, very focused on what's happening. And so I don't know what the broader, you know, life impact of that. Did I say some philosophical thing? I don't think so. I think I actually said a philosophical thing. We're gonna lock and load our weapons. And we go do what we're supposed to do because we're frogmen.
I can't think of anything better to say, to be honest with you.
Yeah. We're frogmen. This is what we do. This is who we are. This is what every one of us signed up for. This is it.
Let's go to the hospital.
Well, now there's hope. Four more months, 5 more months. His dude, he felt like he was being pierced around. There's chunks of lead. Like it's a miracle he kept his going. Props to the Charlie Med, the docs at work with him, and the people at Walter Reed or wherever it was, but like, they kept his leg out. But you know, it's terrible for Coward, because the Coward wasn't there. And then, you know, you get Rafe. Which is the same responsibility that I talked about that comes to take ownership of there's and Rafe is taking ownership of having one of his guys severely wounded and having one of them killed. And me too. Like, this is us. I approved all these operations. I came up with this whole damn idea. And Rafe called me. Can we go? And I said yes. Rafe came up with this idea. And I said yes. And this is on us. That's the way it is. That's the burn the commander. That's the way it is. And Rafe is completely devastated. And, you know, when you talked to me about it, you said something along the lines of, like, I don't know if I made the right decision in going back out there. And I told him there wasn't a decision. That's not a decision. There are army leaders that have gone out over and over again to pull us out of bad situations. And these fellow Americans are asking for our help. That is not a decision. That is what we do. That is what we do, and we do it. Every time. You know, we're talking Vietnam guys. If it was But platoon in trouble or a down pilot, they were going. Same thing with the Seawolf pilots, by the way. SEAL platoon in trouble, they're going. That's what they're doing. And when our Army brothers are asking us for help, we go. That's not a decision. That is duty. That is being a frogman. And I also told them if we had a crystal ball and we could tell when something bad was going to happen, of course, we wouldn't do that. The thing was, we wouldn't have a crystal ball. And combat is inherently freaking dangerous. And Rafe understood. Rafe understood. It didn't make it any easier for his soul, for his heart that was broken. But he understood. He understood that. That's what Mark did. You know, I was talking to Mark's mom the other day. And Mark has had a huge impact. Mighty Warriors, like, is an incredible organization that's helped out so many, not just SEALs, but other people. And she said, you know, if I could talk to Mark and Mark had a chance to go back and not sacrifice his life on that day, but none of this other stuff would have happened. So,
An arc orbiter is en route.
this is what
Safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
and that's part of being a frogman. And look, we had some, you know, we had the 80s and the 90s.
Head home at the northern station.
What's going on? And Mark was the first ship in Iraq. We did. First the 506s, then we got why did the 137? Why did the 38 Marines? Like, just losses. Why? Well, it was freaking amazing. And the war didn't stop. So it was back to operations. And that's what we did. Gotta get back on, lock and load our weapons, and back to the field. Back to conducting these operations. Change. To be honest, it's like my first deployment to Iraq, all the way from the Joff down south, all the way to Haditha. We were east of Baghdad, west of Baghdad. We went out to Ramadi. I was all over the place. This whole so we continued to push. And, you know, the guys, every one of those guys, night after night, day after day, jocked up, getting in a Humvee, driving past the damn vehicle graveyard that had 75 or 100 destroyed vehicles in it from IEDs. Out again, out again, out again. Army, the Marine Corps, and that's the way it was.
Fuck, man. Jocko, what were you awarded the Silver Star for?
Like, just this deployment.
The whole deployment?
Basically, this deployment, yeah.
How did the deployment end?
Well, we continued to push operations. We continued to eliminate enemy fighters. We saw the beginning of the Anbar Awakening, which was an incredible process that took place. And again, General McFarland and I talked about it for a long time on the podcast I did with him. But the local populace began to turn against the insurgents, which was the goal. And as this happened, we started seeing, intel would come in that there's enemy fighters in this area, or there's a enemy fighter in this area, or there's a group of IED makers over here. So we started pushing. When I say we, like coalition forces, we started really pushing and taking it to the enemy. We had operations and eliminating a lot of bad guys. And we were getting towards the end of deployment. And again, man, I'm just talking about my guys, but there are so many stories, There was so much loss there and so much heroism there. You're hearing one first. I've had a bunch of guys on my podcast.
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
Brigade commander, company commanders, battalion commanders, and gunners and medics to tell their little tiny part of the story. Their little tiny part of the story, The brigade reconnaissance element. Dan Pinion, who was like the sergeant major, and they had the heaviest casualties of any group, any company-sized element. He has a guy named Marquise Quick that jumped on a grenade to save some of his other teammates, and it kind of just happened and almost got overlooked. And they're trying to get him the Medal of Honor now. But that's one, and I didn't know about that. Until he came on my podcast and told me. I didn't know about it. So my point in saying all this, man, is I'm giving you like a little fraction of my view. And I had 40 SEALs in Ramadi, and I just want you and everybody to know that there was group companies and platoons
Head home at
from
the
the
Eastern
Army
Station.
and Marine Corps that were out there all day.
Let's go to the Red Tower.
And they were taking the fight to the enemy, and they did an outstanding job, and they suffered insane casualties over and over and over again. And I've tried to tell as many people as I can about that. There's a reunion coming in Texas, January 16th, 2026, the 20-year reunion of January 16th and 17th. But I hope that as many people that were there can go. Yes, and it's General McFarland is leading it, and there was just so much heroism in that scene. And to be able to witness some of it with my guys and with other groups, it's amazing to look at. So much sacrifice and such incredible Americans. Yeah, it's unbelievable to think about. And so as this deployment for us is now we're starting to see the light of day become one of the things that I did on my last deployment. I always figured I never would tell someone like, hey, this is the last one, because I think that's bad. I didn't want to forget. I didn't mind that, but I didn't want to forget. So we were getting kind of towards the end of the deployment, and food was just incredible. And he's out there, he's incredible. And they do an operation in support of the 1st and 506th, who again can't say enough good stuff, can't say enough good things about the 1st and 506th, battalion commander, company commanders, their company sergeants, their E-dogs. I mean, just for this is when you get into like a real fight like this,
Let's move to that
dude,
location.
everyone's just like wants to help out, if you can help out. And Seth and his guys have been out there with the first and final six for pretty much the entire deployment for them. And they plan an operation. Set two Overwatch positions, usually supporting Overwatch positions around the Malab district, South Malab district. And Seth is in one Overwatch position, and the other Overwatch position got attacked. They were getting attacked pretty hard, like RPGs, small arms fire, things were starting to escalate.
A raider cache. Down there.
And somebody in dead space, got close enough to throw it. And Mikey Mansour, again, just as solid as they come, man. As solid as they come. She talked with me. The way he was positioned on that rooftop, he was the one that could have gotten away from it. He could have left his guys exposed, but instead he jumped. One of the other guys was wounded bad though. And Seth assembled his guys, left his Iraqis there, left their gear there, fought their primary kit.
Let's go to the hospital.
Fought their way to that position and then got that under control, organized, and got them back out. And got back to base, Camp Corregidor, and then Seth had to take some of his guys that could still function mentally back to get the Iraqis and back to get the gear. So, you know, Seth just stepping up. It was the Italian commander. He called me up. He told me, I didn't know what's happening over the radio. But once they got on the field, they called me and he said, they didn't sit rep on the guys. And I was like, two guys. They were going to get their medevacs, and he said, they were doing CPR. It was, then I immediately knew that he had jumped on a grenade, and they were like sending me sketches of what happened, and so it was like about as clear of a Medal of Honor action that you could think of. And luckily, like I said, for Dan Pinion and his guy Marquise Quick, they were in the middle of the point. You know, for me, we were almost done. So started putting together.
Did you write that award?
So, and he got the input from Mike and Doug, then who was for Save. And yeah, he put it together. He started writing it, and then I chopped it, edited it or whatever. But yeah, it was you know, talking to Mikey's sister, he's like, conversation with her, one of the things that always stuck with me was she was just like, it was not a surprise. Meaning, like, that's Mikey. That's who was surprised. We're getting to get to
Train is on the platform. Opening doors. Stand by.
that's why that bond with those guys is so strong, you know. Just being in that battle space with those guys and what they would do for us was just so, like, you could just tell that they cared about us as much as we cared about them. And you know, they put Mikey Monsoors on the first of the 506 on their memorial wall. The guys that they lost, he's one of them. And now, at this point in the platoon in the deployment, you know, that was September 29th, and we were kind of running low on guys, man. But we kept doing whatever we could do. Guys from Team 5 showed up, and man, they were fired up, man. And I remember telling those guys, like, to their task unit, their whole task unit, you will take casualties, which is a horrible thing to say. And I'm looking at them, and it's like, if you're looking at them, you're like, I don't know if they really believe me. And those guys, God bless them, man, they went to Mikey Monsoor's funeral. They went to Mark Lee's funeral. But they had just gone to Mikey's funeral. They were showing up maybe a week or two later, like, they're gone. And, yeah. They were, man, they were fired up. And we turned over to those guys, and you know so much. And you just can't, like, download enough information. I remember I was, like, maybe this before Mikey got killed, but he was doing some big clearance operation, and I'm like, ended up in some rear security while we're doing clearance, but we had done the clearance. Now we're moving back, and I'm in this, you know, just like a nug, because I'm out there, but I'm out there kind of just to be out there. Mm-hmm. You know, Leif and Tony have got it, but I'm watching as the platoon is, like, moving through the streets, and you think, these freaking guys, like, it was a very awesome thing to do. And the reputation, you know, that we had earned was, like, I could see it, I could feel it. The way the Army treated us, the way the Marine Corps treated us, it was, like, it was awesome.
It's fucking incredible, man. Like, I have to say, it is fucking incredible. I mean, the deployment that you had, the losses that you took, the action that you saw, the lives that you just took. It's a fucking hard deployment, and I just want to commend you and all of you guys, man. I mean, you know, from an outsider looking in, you know, you see, especially nowadays, when we're kind of talking about this morning, you see so much fucking man, like the Tasking and Bruiser guys, man. You guys are fucking tight. I mean, I'm not aware of any. You guys just seem really tight, and have an deployment like that with that kinetic loss that you guys have experienced.
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
Respect.
Hey, hold on. There. This is Sean. Remember, Raider, if you stumble upon a crate, deliver it to a field depot so we can try to crack it open.
You know, it was an honor. It was the boys, you know.
I've never seen that.
When you asked me if I kind of knew what was happening in my first deployment, when I was in Baghdad, we were doing BAs, and I was like, yeah, I knew. And on this deployment, I really knew. Like every day, I knew that every day this was the highlight of my life. This was the most thing. This was the highlight. I knew it every single day. Every time I went out, every time I saw the boys off, I knew that this was the most important thing was this. And you know, one thing that I leaned on is, you know, there's the whole political aspect of this thing of like, oh, why were you there? What was it worth? All that kind of thing. And one of the things that the brigade commander said to me as I was brigade meeting, of a 30-minute brigade meeting, he spent 3 minutes talking to me and you know, kind of saying, hey, this group.
Let's go to the Red Tower.
Tasking Bruiser guys. And he presented me with this like wooden tank that they made. Like, cool. So a wooden tank. By the way, the guy who was in charge of getting those tanks made was brigade staff. That's pretty cool. But he said, your guys have hundreds of my soldiers and Marines. And when I got home, and I talked to Mark's mom, I talked to Mikey's mom, and I talked to Ryan's mom. That's the one thing that I felt like indisputably about their sons. Politics, Iraq, Al-Qaeda, whatever. Your sons. Made sure that my sons were able to come home to their families. Because the caveat, fire support was all them every single day. And tanks, they lost 9 main tanks. So you think you're doing okay? Like, I'm happy to bring Seth Stone down to see me in a section of tanks, but we lost 9 tanks when we were there. And those guys sent those tanks out, and those Bradleys out, and those soldiers and Marines over and over again to support my guys, back my guys, extract my guys. And the fact that we had some
these are my favorite memories to do. As much as I hate what happened, Blackwater guys, Canadian sniper, record for the longest sniper on the team. Who else have we done this for? Our mutual attorney, our best buddy here, Tim Parlatore's going to be making an appearance. Who else have we done this for, Tim? Eddie Gallagher, Jay Cal. So these are my favorite ones to do. Somebody with an amazing life story who's dedicated their entire fucking life to justice cause. And now they're trying to talk over and make names of people that are doing it and make them their entire fucking life ashamed of ever been associated with pieces of shit. It's my favorite thing to do. It's a great feeling in public because under the pseudonym Mark Owen, giving the world an insider's look. No easy way, unfiltered stories from your life and career. Consultant, executive producer of CBS show SEAL, faced legal battles with government over your writing, but still pushing forward with your how many years has it been now? 12 years. Radar for 12 years. Your face, your name, nothing. Why now? I called and possibly coming on here to talk about the book, that discussion, like a real honest discussion, and you asked me some straightforward questions. I said, why? Why are you still doing this? You've done it for 10, 12 years. Why not? And so, through that discussion, I thought about it, prayed about it, and said, well, maybe it's been 12 years. Private, quietly, to the best of my ability. Where I had the right, no easy way to tell this story, and so to then get the story out there and actually make sure people heard this true story and how I was treated. This is part of that journey. So where would you wait? Right? You have to submit that. Any book, top secret, and all works review. Now, is that enforced across the board? Absolutely not. They just go after it. Didn't McRaven do something special on this? On Netflix or something? Admiral McRaven started off the didn't he just, I mean, that's way bigger. That's a Netflix thing, right? So he didn't. Why do you have to get the next book? You have to get a story on how the government fucked you over on your first book. Yes. And it's been 6 months. And it hasn't been approved yet? They won't approve it. I've heard nothing. They keep slow rolling me, which to me means right, the DOD swamp, right, it's there, wants to crush my story, doesn't want it out. And so again, that's part of the reason I'm coming on, sitting down with you here, is to start telling your story and maybe shake the tree so people hear what these people are. Well, like I said, I'm excited to do this, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to do a excited about this interview, so I thought it would be there's actually one of those. So that's the 6-hour D365 Legion. You like that? Did you already have
Yeah. Hey, you haven't seen the crates, have you? You haven't seen field crates, have you? Field crates? Have you seen any? Field crate? Field crate. Gotcha. I'm looking for the crates themselves. I know where the depots are. I'm looking for the crates. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's like they're so hard to find.
for him. He cuts them out. I had these made with In God We Trust because I knew you were a fan. Oh, and
These are awesome. Thank
oh man,
Thank you. Love it. These will go in the studio. Thank you. This is your uniform, right?
yep,
Right on.
it's pretty cool. They do different operators, and they you know, borrow a set of camis, they cut them up, and then they sell them, and it's kind of cool collector's items.
Very cool. Thank you. Thank you. And then, all right, one last thing. So I got a Patreon account. We've turned it into one hell of a community. They have supported me since the very beginning, and they're the real reason that we even get to sit down and have this discussion today. So I offer them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question. This is from Matt Stockton. How do you keep your faith with so much opposition, and how did you find so much solidarity after war fighting?
What's the first part again? How do I keep my faith?
How do you keep your faith with so much opposition, and how do you find so much solidarity after war fighting?
I would say I keep my faith is easier to keep when I've been in the trenches, when I've been in the fight, because it's much more, I'm in the fight and I need to remember, right? Where I've had my biggest struggles is where I'm not in the fight and it seems kind of quiet and there's not a lot of stuff going on. And that's where I've struggled. So in the most emotional experiences, or when we dealt with a lot of death in the teams or whatever it was, that was where I was able to understand that my faith and there's a plan, right? Dealing with the government stuff. I was in a very, very dark, negative place. Getting out of the teams. I mean, I was in a very dark place after the way the government was treating me. And I guess I realized that it's anytime you're challenged in your face, it's God testing you. That's the way I looked at it, right? Was maybe God just challenged me through the whole thing that I've been through with the government to see if I was going to turn into a little bitch or not.
Yeah.
Right? Was I gonna man up and deal with this the right way, or was I gonna fold, melt, and become somebody I wasn't proud of? And so,
Right on, man. Well, you definitely didn't fold.
so it's been a long fight, man. It's
Yeah.
been a long fight. I'm still in it. I've got, yeah, I'm still in it. I got a payment plan for the next 15 years. So
Tell me
I'm
about
in
that. So give me a brief snapshot of what happened.
Okay, we're jumping all over here. You want to jump in where the book?
No,
where we
yeah,
could go?
we're gonna go. Just a brief snapshot of what you're going through. Let's say 90 seconds or less, and then we'll cover that in detail when we get to it.
I've been fighting my own government for 12 years.
You wrote a book on the Bin
I
Laden
wrote No
raid.
Easy Day, right? The government immediately came after me for writing that book without a pre-publication review process being done. They came after me legally with unlimited attorneys for a whole bunch of time. Ultimately, they said, hey, look, there's nothing classified in the book. We just want all the book money back. Well, I had spent $1.5 million of that book money on my lawyer fees defending myself against these baseless accusations. And in the end, the government said we want it all back. So I gave them all the money book, the book money that I had left. And they said, look, you're still missing 1.5. We want that back too. So I sued my attorney. I won, went back to the government with a winning malpractice case saying, hey, I'm relied on the advice of counsel to publish my book without a review. I know the government didn't want to look at this, but I sued my attorney and won. We you relook at this case? They said, no. I said, well, I can't pay you $1.5 million in 3 years. Give me some sort of payment plan. And so they said, give us all the money your malpractice suit made, your winning malpractice suit, and then they put me on a payment plan. So I pay $3,800 a month for the next 15 years. They said if I miss one payment, they'll charge me back taxes and come after me again. I only served for 14 years, right? I served for 14 years. I got a plaque with my name misspelled when I got out, right? One T in Matt. But yet they want me to pay back more money than I ever would have made in my service for longer than I ever served. I only served for 14. I got a 15-year payment plan. So that and the story behind that is what I wrote about in No Easy Way. That's the story that the government's trying to slow roll in the review process right now. And it's the reason that I'm sitting here with you now is so I can start sharing this story a little bit more publicly. I've been very private about it. I've just tried to duke it out with them the best way I could through the legal system, and it's got me to here.
Holy shit.
So here we are.
Matt, we got to talk about how to set up a better straw man, Mark Owen.
Yeah, the Mark
Too
Owen,
easy to find.
The Mark Owen name didn't last more than 2 seconds, and it was actually it was a Fox News producer, like one of their online producers, who actually ran my real name.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Fox News. Never would have guessed that, but okay. It was an online producer. So, right, it's pretty easy to find people's home addresses online these days, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty easy.
Figure that out.
So I've got some friends that they set up a whole bunch of online personas if somebody's trying to find me. And all of the home addresses that are linked to my fake accounts are all that Fox News producer's home address.
Oh, that's fucking genius.
Yep.
Nice work. Nice work. I do one other question before we get into the life story. Why did you, I mean, another famous SEALs come out, about this raid, Rob O'Neill, everybody knows. I'm just curious, why did you decide to conceal yourself when you came out, when you wrote the book, when you did? I mean, 60 Minutes did a piece on you. They did it, I mean, probably a better disguise than you've ever seen throughout your entire fucking career. Definitely throughout my career, I've never seen a disguise that well done. I mean, it was like Hollywood production. It was wild.
It was Hollywood level makeup people that came out and did it. But to answer your question, I was a kid I grew up reading books. I grew up reading books about the community.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wanted to join. I read books about the SEALs in Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Had my service. I knew the president had authorized the movies and the books, right? I knew all of that was happening, right? 3 weeks after the Bin Laden mission, we go to Leon Panetta's retirement ceremony from Langley, Virginia. He's going to go over and be Secretary of Defense. He gives a great speech on stage, gets off stage, Langley, Virginia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he literally brings over Catherine Bigelow and Mark Bull, Hollywood producer, screenwriter, director for Zero Dark 30. Panetta introduces them to us and says, hey, look, they're going to make you famous. So within 3 weeks, less than a month of the mission.
For those that don't know, Leon Panetta was director of CIA at the time.
Yep. Right. So he full access for Hollywood for that movie. Right. I knew that firsthand within a month of the mission. Right. I got out of the Navy. Right. I hurt my neck in the crash. That was the last mission I was ever on. I get out of the Navy later that fall. I'm contacted by the author Mark Bowden. Mark Bowden wrote Black Hawk Down. He wrote a book called The Finish about the Bin Laden raid. And he contacts me. He's like, hey, Matt, I've already interviewed President Obama. I got the White House perspective of the raid. I've already interviewed Admiral McRaven. I got the JSOC perspective of the raid. We would love to interview you for your ground truth perspective. Fascinating. I already knew the movie, right? Movie was percolating. I'm like, when do you want your book to come out? It's like, well, we're trying hard to get it out before the election. Okay. So I'm an enlisted guy, right? I work for a living, right? I'm not the admiral. I'm not the general. I'm not the president.
Not the director of CIA.
I'm sitting in my position watching every single leader from this country be willing to talk about their heroic actions for their re-election campaign, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
It pissed me off. All right, it made me mad because none of the 24 operators that were on the mission were getting any credit for it, right? It was all the heroic decision making in Washington D.C. And so that's when I knew I was getting out. A whole bunch of us had been to Ground Zero, right? I'd never been to New York City before. We went to Ground Zero after the Bin Laden raid. Crushed me, right? I stood there at Ground Zero, and I'm pretty good at blocking out the emotions. It crushed me, and I knew I had hurt my back pretty significantly on the helo crash. I was getting a divorce. I had done 13 straight tours at that time, and it just felt like really good bookends. My very first deployment, 9/11, happened. Last thing I did is crash into his compound. I'm now so senior, they're going to take me out of the operational side of things.
Damn.
And I didn't join to be the troop commander. I didn't join to be the officer. I joined to stay enlisted, right? I had my degree, stayed enlisted the whole time.
You were on the invasion.
Yeah.
You were on the invasion. Holy shit. So
the
your
whole
career kicked. Wow.
So my whole career, I saw it happen. I saw it evolve, and then I saw it spiraling towards the end. Right. I saw the officers and the self-promotion side of things. By the time I got back from the Bin Laden mission, and I knew I was hurt at that point, we went to Ground Zero. I was like, man, I am cooked. And I was done. Came back from that and called it.
Damn. Why did you conceal your identity?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. Because why not? If somebody can tell me the upside of being out there and being famous, or trying to be, right? I very much enjoy my anonymity. My neighbors where I live, 20 feet away, I have no clue anything about my background, and I like it that way. I read all these books growing up, right? I served 13 straight tours, and none of it did I do by myself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So why would I then now all of a sudden write a book talking about all my heroic actions? I never saw it that way. I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to write about it, I'm going to do it in my terms, and I'm not going to show my face because that's irrelevant, right? The story is what it is. It has nothing to do with what we look like.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's when I was like, okay, I want to tell the story. I want to do it accurately, authentically, and then I don't want to be the center line of the story. So I'm going to remove myself from the equation, and that's where it started.
Well, I mean, I think it's a pretty damn smart idea. I mean, how many guys were on the raid? 25? 24 people out of the entire world on the raid that takes out the fucking world's most wanted man, and pissed a lot of people off.
But I didn't want the story to be about me. Who it's irrelevant who wrote the book. It's like, let's hear the story. Who are these type of people? Where do they come from? Who are these guys? What are SEALs? What are they all about?
Yeah.
Right. And I think Hollywood does a pretty shitty job in portraying it. Right. They think we all look like Jocko Willink. Right. But I'm sorry, I don't look like Jocko. I don't run like Goggins. Right. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, glad you're here once again. So let's get into it. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in a remote village in the middle of Alaska. My parents were missionaries, Christian missionaries. A village called Aniak, Alaska, 350 miles northwest of Anchorage on the Kuskokwim River. 500 people.
Whoa.
Drove a snowmobile to school in the morning. Graduated high school with 3 people in my senior class.
What?
I was the valedictorian.
You were. Congratulations.
Our high school mascot, and you can Google it still to this day, right? Aniak's the name of the village. Our high school mascot was the Half-Breeds.
Are you serious?
We're the Aniak Half-Breeds, the mighty Half-Breeds, right? They're high school cheerleaders, and everybody thinks it's a derogatory term, right? I say bullshit, right? In the village in Alaska. Right, I was one of the few white kids that were in the village. Right, most everybody was a half-breed, and everybody was proud of that heritage. And what was the moral of the story? Nobody cares what color you are. Don't be an asshole. That's the way I grew up, man. I grew up in a village as a minority, as the white kid, appreciating the fact that everybody was a half-breed. Right, I drove a snowmobile to school. I bought my first AR-15 from my history teacher after class.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get
What?
After class, I gave him 700 in cash. He reaches under his desk, pulls out my Colt AR-15 A2, and boom, I put it in my locker till the end of the day.
What?
School ends. I slung my new rifle, walked out of school, got on my snowmobile, and drove home.
Holy shit.
So, yeah,
What's the name of this town?
Aniak, Aniak.
Love it.
So, yeah, man, it was a middle school.
Dude, well,
We had
hold
to go-
on. So you're the only white kid in a town of,
No, there's
did you say 300? Or at the school?
500. There's a handful. I'm not more than 100
Well, I guess what I'm asking is how the hell did your family wind up here?
missionaries. I was born in California with 2 sisters. Right, my dad was a teacher, and had an opportunity to move to Alaska and teach for some of these remote villages, and right, they were always Christian and knew their faith, and so moved to the village. My dad ultimately became the village magistrate, so like the law in town, right? Log cabin courthouse. Right. 100% of the rules broken in town were alcohol related. So, right, you get drunk, beat up your old lady.
Yeah.
My dad would arraign you to 3 weeks in jail. Well, we didn't have a jail in our town. So you'd have to fly a little Cessna down to the next bigger village, do your 3 weeks in the drunk tank or whatever you're doing, then you'd fly back to our village and you're trying to get back to yours. Well, the weather would roll in and you couldn't fly from place to place. So you just got sent to jail for 3 weeks. The only person you know in my village is my dad. So you show back up at the courthouse, knock on the door. Hey, Mr. Terry. Oh, hey, Sean, I see you're out. Well, yeah, well, I'm trying to get back to my village, but the weather rolled in. We can't travel. You know, can I stay at your house? So my dad would be like, sure, but you got to stay for church on Sunday. So we'd literally have a guy that my dad sent to jail. He's back 3 weeks later. He literally slept on our couch in our living room. And then on Sunday morning, we'd have kind of a small church service at the house. And there's my dad's buddy.
Wow. That is.
I
never heard that
wanted to leave
before.
the village, man. I thought the village was, as a young man, right, hunting, fishing, running around. 16 years old, I'm taking a boat up the river for a week at a time with a fishing pole and some guns, a dog, and a buddy.
Damn.
We'd come back a week later, right? I barely trust a 16-year-old to valet park a car these days.
No kidding.
Alaska, it was just a whole different deal.
So you spent your entire childhood up there.
Yeah.
Damn near, anyways.
Yeah, that's it. Graduated high school, and then all I ever wanted to do, right? I read these books in middle school for a book report.
Mm-hmm.
Found the book Men with Green Faces, SEAL book from
I
Vietnam.
read that book.
Gene Wentz is the author.
Dude.
I've met him. That's pretty
Really?
cool. Yeah. Yep. That was the first book I read, and man, was hooked. It's like, man, I kept reading more and more books, and it's like I told my dad one day, he's like, no, you don't want to join the military. I'm like, no, this is what I'm doing. He's like, well, would you go to college first? You know, all you know is this village in Alaska. Go to college. I'm like, sure, okay, but I'm still going to the Navy. They were hoping I'd change my mind. So I went to school in Los Angeles, same school my parents had went to. So I didn't know anything about, right? I went to
Yeah,
college.
talk about a fucking culture shock.
I'd never driven on the freeway. I had never worked a gas pump at the gas station, right? Like before ATM cards, put a 20 on pump 3.
Yeah.
Right? We had a barge that would come up the river and deliver fuel to like a 700-gallon fuel tank in front of our house that we would use for the year. Right? I went
Whoa.
to college. I showed up in Southern California with a flannel, work boots. Like, hey, I'm here for school. Like,
Nice.
Who's this knucklehead?
Wow.
Yeah, I'd never been on a date. I'd never driven on the freeway. I'd never done anything, man.
You'd never been on a date?
It's a village of high school class of 3.
You got to go to the next village over.
Village of Alaska. Where are you taking them?
Holy You've never been on a date?
Not till I went to college.
No girlfriend, nothing. Okay, hold on. I gotta
had
hear
a
this
slight
first. I gotta
girlfriend
hear the
from
first.
down the river, the village down the river.
Down the river. Holy! Well, I mean, what did you guys do for a date?
Well, okay. So for basketball, right? I played basketball. It was Matt missed the net when I played basketball. You'd fly a Cessna from village to village, and that's how you'd, compete with other schools. And so when you'd fly to the other schools, there was always like a dance that night. So whatever. So that was it, man. Fly from village to village. You're there for the weekend, play some basketball, find the locals, make some friends.
Right on, man.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 4 Fs. That
Okay.
sounds like was something that's
Straight from my
stuck
father.
with you.
Straight from my father, that he demonstrated, right? A lot of people talk. My dad demonstrated, and he demonstrated his 4 Fs were what guided him through life. And that's his family, his friends, his fun, and his faith. And so that's my dad passed last December, and
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
30-year battle with Parkinson's. So
Oof.
long spiral. Never heard him complain once, not once. So that's rubbed off on me as I've dealt with my situation, right? Whether I was going to turn into a little bitch and start complaining, or if I was going to put my head down, get to work, and deal with it.
Yeah. What about your mother?
Mom, still here, doing fine.
Yeah.
100 miles an hour.
You guys close?
Very.
You grew up close?
Yeah, because you're in a village in Alaska, not much else to do, right? I went to college. After college, joined the Navy, right? Enlisted. My parents thought I would have lost focus on the SEAL thing, and no, I was just as amped up. I tried Army ROTC in college, so they sent me to jump school, right? I was Army ROTC, so kind of got a little sidetracked, thinking, okay, maybe I'll do this ROTC thing. I was an officer in the Army, and I went to jump school as a cadet. And I'm at the chow hall at jump school, and I'm sitting across from, right, these SEALs. Little did I know they just graduated buds, right? But I think they're hairy-chested frogmen. And they're making fun of my stupid Army haircut. And I was devastated. I was like, fuck, these guys are making fun of my hair. Like, if I continue with this Army thing, I'm going to go have to do the haircuts and boots, and like that's a thing. And I had read all these books about the Navy. I was like, no, man, I came back from jump school, my cadet status. I went to my little ROTC boss, and I'm like, hey, man, I can't do this. I've always dreamt about the Navy, and that's what I'm going to go do.
They made fun of my fucking hair. I'm out.
I'm out.
This is bullshit.
So, yeah, that was it. Left ROTC, graduated, and then enlisted in the Navy.
So you got your degree.
Yep.
What's your degree in?
Social science.
Nice.
Waste of time.
Waste of time.
Waste of time. Never used it. But I had it. I went to the recruiter's office, enlisted. They're like, great, you have a degree. You can join as an E3. So E3, torpedoman. It's the shortest A school I could find, right?
Nice.
All my buddies did gunner's mate, and they're like, oh, 6 months, don't do that. So
Yeah.
torpedoman, I think it was 6 weeks, 9 weeks, something like that. And straight to buds. Class 226.
Nice.
And then I made it straight through. So that was
And you
98.
were the honor man, correct?
So they say.
Why'd you get honor man? Do you know?
I don't know. Somebody else picked me.
Oh, right. Come on. You got a good inclination.
I like to work hard. That's it.
You like? Did you find Buds challenging at all?
Yeah, of course. Of course, Buds is challenging. I'm not going to say Buds is not challenging, but I had read 6 million books and set my expectations here. And so I think I had set them so high. Maybe it was a little down from where I had set them at. Didn't mean it wasn't hard, right? One of my best friends, every morning he'd wake up, he's like, fuck this, I'm quitting today. And then he'd never quit. But every morning he'd tell me he was quitting. Where me, I was like, okay, if I allow myself to think that every morning, he's like, Biss, I'm out of here. Fuck this. And he'd never leave. I'm like, listen, you got to fix this because you're really rubbing me wrong.
Quit lying to me.
Every morning you're fucking with me and you're not quitting. I was afraid if I ever entertained those thoughts, I'd quit. So I was like, no, I'm not quitting. Never entertained them, and went right through.
What did your parents think?
I don't think they knew what to think. I think that's the part when I started lying to my parents, right? As soon as you graduate, it's like what they know is what they know, and they don't really need to know anything more for right now. Right, I graduated, nothing going on, still pre 9/11. And then on my very first deployment, I was sitting in Okinawa, Japan, watched it all transpire on my barracks television.
No shit.
Yeah, I mean, we were like, holy shit! Like, think about it. Your first deployment, brand new guy, nobody in your platoon seen any combat. Like, you know, there's the stories of guys going around that maybe the little Grenada, Panama here and there, but nobody had really done anything. And then now we watched 9/11 unfold on my television, and right, the rest is history. I mean,
what did you think when you saw that? Were you? That's it.
The first one had hit by the time we had turned on the news, and by the time the second one hit, you know, we watched that live, and there was all sorts of speculation between the first and the second. Hey, what was this accident? Whatever, who knew? But by the time you watched the second plane fly in, it was the gut punch that you were like, okay, this is real. Something's happening. And if that doesn't give you goosebumps and think you're going to work, something's wrong. So, I mean, I probably would have got out of the teams had we not had 9/11 happen.
Yeah.
Right? I would have done my time and got out. But now I was smack dab new guy. 9/11 just happened. We finished that deployment, came back, did another workup, and then my next deployment, we deployed right to Iraq for the kind of initial invasion up into Baghdad.
Man. Dude,
So
what?
still running like thin skinned Humvees, like before the IED threat. Way.
What an arc of a career. So your first deployment, you're watching 9/11 happen. Your last deployment.
Well, we don't count as a deployment.
Yeah,
Last mission.
your last mission. I mean, fuck, you're taking the guy out that orchestrated. It's just fucking wild to me. And you're on the invasion. So first deployment, you watch 9/11 happen. Second deployment, you're on the invasion, and you're at Team 5, correct?
Yep.
SWAT by the Arbusto Tower. Over there. Look, there. Coordinates. Got a door.
I need wasps. I almost just fell all the way down. I might as well take their simple gun parts too, honestly.
Let's move to that location.
Because I'm pretty sure one fell on top of the bridge. I'm pretty sure there's one.
Up there.
By the Arbusto Tower.
How do I get back up though? It's fine.
Go to the Arbusto Tower.
Wasps. But how do I get up to where we're at?
Go to the Red Tower.
Whoa, why is this blue all blue?
By the Red Tower.
That looks so good. So that's probably just gonna be the thing, because I can't leave this without the thing. I've been using stick.
Up here.
I just found it in the grenade capability. What is up, Professor? But I mean, I guess we could take out the bombardier. That would just I didn't pick it up. There's a button. Uh-oh, two spawners see me. I didn't. I have 5. Yeah.
Let's go to space travel.
Let's get out of here.
Head home at the northern station. Head home at the highway overpass hatch.
pretty successful raid. I mean, got like 2 wolf packs from that. So I have 3 plus 3, 6, 7. Oh, I have enough. Yeah, I have 6. Yeah, I have enough. I guess I just didn't see the 2 that I had. I had 3 and 3. So now I just need to recycle some stuff for scrap so I can make electrical. So I can make mechanical components. I think I have possibly. I have. Hold on. If I go to my refiner, I could just. Yeah, I have enough. Let me go to my workshop, gunsmith. Level up and level up. Alright, I need rusted gears, advanced mechanical components, and a sentinel firing core. Advanced, I need 5 advanced. And then I need 3 rusted, I need 4 sentinel firing cores. I'm pretty, I can't remember what map, but I'm pretty sure it was that map with like the tower, like that big place. It had, I can't remember. You were the one running keys with us, right? Yeah. Hold on, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry, I'm back. Alright, so I need 5 advanced mechanical components, 3 rusted gears, and 4 sentinel firing cores. So you said you're gonna drop the advanced? Yeah. I have 20, 40, 60, 20, 40, 50, 60, 75. I have 75 bullets. I need, hold on. I forgot to learn and consume the El Toro blueprint and then the shotgun blueprint. Alright, I need 3 shoulder chargers if you want to bring them. Just trying to help you out. Handleberries.
My next patient arrives.
chairs in here, besides mine, are
projects?
purely decorative. Sit at your own peril.
Flickering flames? Oh, I already have that done. Now I need 5 durable cloth, 480 plastic parts. That's easy. What happened? I just need 3.
Done and dusted.
Let's. I just need like 40 shotgun.
Scatter gun ammo. Great for when aiming is more of a suggestion than a requirement.
Alright, bet. So. Okay. Alright, so you're dropping advanced. I need 4 sentinels. Isn't there a bunch of sentinels on space? I know where one spawns, I just can't remember the map. I know one spawns in Dam, I think. I know one spawns in Spaceport. I know one spawns off the top of my head. Sure, why not? I have like 9 stash. You can bring them. Yeah, after I craft my Aphelion, I'm gonna have like
Freeze blocked. Raiders, bring your pockets to 2-4. Let's go.
because the main problem right now what? My picture? Yeah. Thank you. I mean, it
Shawnee
was like,
speaking.
it was
Remember,
my,
Raider,
my
if you
previous
stumble upon a crate, deliver it to a field depot so we can try to crack it
me
open.
and younger,
Let's go to the container storage.
but I didn't want everybody to know what I looked like, so I just changed it to the cat. Yeah. Is my voice thinning because I like this might not be loud because I know this mic can get pretty loud. See, let me put my
Hornet.
I don't need any. So you said are we running our key?
A Rocketeer. The launch pad.
Let's not try to mess with that.
In that building.
Alright. Yeah, once I do an adrenaline shot, my stamina doesn't show up until a minute. Oh, I thought I could drive into that. I can't. I just wasted all my stamina for nothing. Oh, where's that?
Copy.
Why do you stop walking? I mean, we might as well take that out.
A Hornet, over there.
Yeah. I don't know. People might be a little aggressive because of me, because I was backstabbing him a little bit. What about Spaceport? What? Oh, there's a raider.
Over there. Raider, over there.
Raider. He was stuck on his back. I think I might have to fight through you.
There, by the container storage.
We need to get up there then. Is this the key? Alright, Matt, let's get the signal first.
Turret, up there.
Oh, that's nice. Let's get the signal before And is this guy key? There's a secret grenade. Yeah, like I said, these filing cabinets. Like, alright, so this is the key. Medium chill, just chilling.
Shotgun ammo.
I've got nothing. I've literally got nothing good at all. No, I don't. I do need gonna get me a monitor? What were you saying, man?
The elevator is up. Let me go check. Hatch open. Elevator's ready to go.
Returning to Sports. Got a renegade, a blueprint for a silencer. Yeah, I'd say that was a pretty good round. Ooh, that. Yeah, I need more sentinels. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the security breach. I was a little bit overweight. Let me bring some more medium ammo. How much do you have? Ow. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Yeah, the renegade that I got just from this raid, I could get 12k just from it. And then my El Toro, I can get 15k from it. Yeah, Mom? For what? Hey Siri, set a timer for 8 o'clock. Are you going to bed? Okay, I think I'm ready. I have 69k to my name. That's all I got. How many times did you expand your stash? Yeah, a little bit medium.
Back again? Good.
Yeah, renegade.
Needed a bit of punch in a lot of
Alright, I need
Solid
3
work.
more sentinels. And then I need to find how to get twisted gears.
You're back.
Industrial. So I need to go into industrial places.
Sorry, busy.
I still have like 5 from last game. How do I see my aggression level? Yeah. Yeah, but I just loaded into like a Stella Montes right and like
Over here.
And this guy was accusing me of freaking shooting him and killing somebody even though I didn't, and he killed me. Because when I loaded in, it was like 2026 or like 1026 raid, and there was a dead body, and I was like, straight, so we were like, hey, I'm gonna go kill that guy, and then he started shooting me because it was like crazy. I died for something I didn't even do.
Let's go to vehicle maintenance.
The rusted gears are found in industrial. There's a zip. Hey, there's a zip to get up there. That's
By the fuel pods. Look, there.
it seems like it would be mechanical. Yo, I just climbed all the way up here just look where you just breached. I'm actually yeah, I just climbed up here and then I see that's nice.
Thank you. Are you coming? Very kind. Wow. There's no one else to trust you.
I need rusted gears. Dang, we should have this video. It's like the little wave thing. So we just need to loot this. This side here, right over here. Hopefully there's a sentinel. I know where one is like guaranteed. I'm pretty sure. But it's on a different map. I found a magnetic accelerator. I just found an ankle splitter.
This might be worth checking. Here.
Oh yeah. Yo, you need a blueprint? You want a trigger name blueprint? Neither of us need it. Yeah, we need it.
I mean, I probably need it, yeah.
But I'll give it to you. There you go.
Alright. Since you gave me that, hold on.
Wait, do you have a water filter? Yo! Whoa. Thank you, bro. That is not a fair trade, but thank you very much. You know, what would really make my day? If you have a water filter. Well, thank you. I'm gonna put this in the safe pocket. Well,
Advanced mechanical components.
dude, I'll take it. Thank you. Merry Christmas. See y'all later.
I'm just trying to get my aggression down, man. We need to find sentinels.
There.
Go to the rocket assembly. Let's go to the shipping warehouse.
that building.
Was just there's some.
A Hornet. There. Snitch.
I'm gonna shoot at this one. But I can barely fly.
Let's go to the rocket assembly.
How is that?
Hornet. Down there.
How is that Hornet still alive? I shot his wings out a minute ago. Yeah, it's so easy to just catch stuff. Like, just catch the Hornet stuff in your build. How can we just get here as if it's a
A Hornet. Final launch towers.
Oh, we just did our spin. I found a gear. Let's go. So you can find them in these. You find them in these, because I found them. Please let me. There was just a pop shield
Head home at the east trench hatch.
Hey. Yeah, we're about to use this hatch if you want to come. Yeah. Yeah, it might be only 3. Well, do you guys have hatch keys? Because we have one. But you guys can go ahead. I'm waiting for my buddy over here. I guess we can go first.
Let's all try to fit in. You go first. You go first. Pretty sure it's on a time limit, not a person amount. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is on a time limit, not a person amount. Let's see. I have like 5 wood packs. Yo, I could craft a trigger nade. Why is music playing? Yeah, there's like music playing in the game. Yo, how do I mute my game? Settings, audio. Oh, the music ended. Alright, so. No, I don't.
I'll keep it short. What do you need?
I need 2 rusted gears and 3 sentinels.
Back again, huh?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it's a dam where you can, where there's a sentinel, guaranteed. I need 1. Honestly, at this point, I'm just gonna sell the candleberries. really good with projects. Flickering flames. I need to find an empty wine bottle. And we could go to Stella Montes, just go to the kitchen and get that easily. Yeah. Alright, let's go. I think I'm ready. Oh crap, I need adrenaline. And then I just need one shield. How many slots do you have in your storage? 280? Dang, so I'm pretty close to being max. Only like 80 slots left.
New visitors, waiters, up the lid. Pods are open. Launching now.
I can't hear you because of the loud loading screen. Alright, what's up?
Let's go to the rocket assembly.
Thank you.
Oh no. What the hell? I see the rocks. Is that... No, I was just wondering what it was. Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah. Oh, the dam. In dam, there's the auto, the guaranteed. Yeah, in dam, there's a guaranteed
Go to the container storage.
I only have 6 minutes left.
Wasp, over there.
Could you also try to help me tomorrow if you have time? Do you work? There's people. Exit door. Have a good raid, man. Be friendly. Feel bad if I never see you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I don't need this man. I'm still overnumbered by 3. Maybe just drop 20. I don't know. I mean, I have 80 bullets, and I'm still. I'm pretty sure you can use this to craft mags. Crash into treasures. Yeah, right. Let's go to the other place. Almost a flame. How does the flame reach all the way?
Door.
Like, since we can fire, it's stairs.
An industrial charger. Here.
A Bastion or a Bombardier is locking on this. wolf pack out of that. Out of a trash can. See, I feel like there's a sentinel.
There.
It's right over here. Do you have those torches?
Seeker grenade. Here.
Sentinel firing core. Frick. Right. I broke the fall for me. Right, let's just
Head home at the control hatch. Head home at the departures hatch.
break my damn legs. Alright, so you can help me tomorrow? Yeah, I have to go take a shower and I have to get ready for bed. So I get out of school around like 2:45. I get out of school at like directly 2:45. I'm like 2:55. So I should be around 3. Yeah, but like I kept on going into like the Discord chats to try to see if you like typed a message once or twice and I could click on your name. But yeah, I couldn't find anything, so I just kept on searching. I was like, there's gotta be a list of people in here, and then I found member lists, so that was nice. Alright, man. Thank you. GG's, man. We found some pretty good stuff. I have like a bunch of wolf packs from our raids now. At least. Alright, so let me check what I need for gun stuff real quick, and then I'll get off. So I need 2 more sentinel firing cores. and then 1 rusted gear. Alright, so we know that place automatically spawns with it, with a sentinel. Yeah, it spawns every time. Alright, good night, man. Looting mark. How do I do that? So Mark IIs. I need electrical components. I thought I did too. And also I need to be level 2. I mean, yeah, I can do a quick one real quick. And I need Hornet drivers, so we can do that tomorrow also. Do you think I could just load into a raid with a looting MK1? And just like a Berletta? We shouldn't run into any trouble, but I'll just bring a Rattler with like 180 bullets. What I all need to level up to 2 for my gear. 3 power cables, 5 electrical components, and 5 Hornet drivers. It's alright. So let's just load into a raid real quick.
Good to see you again.
By what?
Here you go, kid.
Bet, thank you. Do you think it's the quickest in and out? Yeah. I don't know what to use it for. Here. My glasses are so dirty. Yeah.
Closing rails, reroutes, go, forklifts, spin the charges.
The reason I have this mature reactor is because of me being friendly. Yeah, I was like I seen some friendly people, and I was like, yo, what's up? And then like I helped this guy. He gave me what I was like, Let me put the rest of my stuff into my stash and then I gotta get out of here. Holy, you're just filling my stash up. I have no room now. I mean, I could just probably sell like a thing or two. Yeah, I just had to sell something real quick. Alright, good night, man. Thank you for all the help. Alright, good night.
Welcome, welcome.
You still around?
Well,
because I would imagine.
I don't want to upset my team 3 fellas that were there before us, right? They had done the oil platforms and moved up inland. By the time 5 came and swapped out with 3, we were just now taking Baghdad, and so we took Baghdad and moved into the palaces and spent the rest of my deployment running ops out of Baghdad, which was okay, like living the dream, right? Young frogman, we got an enemy, we're going to take the fight to them, and you're new, impressionable, and gung-ho. So, away we went.
Was it pretty kinetic?
Yeah, for that. For going from 0 before. Yeah, I mean, my first shootouts, my first everything was at deployment. And a lot of learning happens at deployment, but it's still learning because it's a Team 5 platoon, it's pretty new.
Let's go to the domes.
Well, let's talk about what was the first shootout? What was your first gunfight like? Was it what you had expected? Reading all the books?
No, it's never as expected. Right? You can think what you're gonna think, and it never plays out that way. At least that's in my opinion. Shot through the door. Shoot through the door. First. Oh my gosh, they're shooting back at us right now. Right? We'd assaulted a target. Just hitting houses. And it was at the front door, and they just started pumping rounds through the front door. And that was the first time I was like, oh, okay. All right. Something's happening here. Right on. That was it.
What else were you guys doing?
That was it. Right, we lived in the green zone. Lived in one of the palaces out by BIOP. Baghdad International Airport. Worked for the different intel agencies, kind of giving us targets, and we'd go do our best to roll them up, right? I thought we were pretty cool at the time. Well, and every night you'd see these cool black helicopters flying over, and I'd go to my boss, why are those little birds? Why are we in thin-skinned Humvees right now? Why are we in why aren't we flying to these targets? Those little birds look really cool. Big leagues and the different assets that came with different units, and so I had screened for before my second deployment. I got word on the Iraqi deployment that I get picked up to go to training to see if I could make it into deployment.
Okay. So for those that are listening that don't know what DMAC is, that's where SEAL Team 6 Development Group is at.
So I've heard. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. You better be careful. Some of these admirals might come after you.
They will.
So Team 6 pops on your radar because all the assets, the cool toys that they get, you're seeing it.
And all the guys I knew at 5, right? Some of the bigger studs that I knew would disappear, and then they went off to go see if they could screen. And so I'm like, all right, well, if I'm here, I need to try this. And so
you got word that you got accepted to
yeah, I'd screened before the second deployment, and then I got word 6-9 months later that I'd been picked up. Barely passed my PT test.
Are you serious?
Bro, we were doing a SR in Camp Pendleton, and literally they called us 2 days prior and they're like, hey, your screening test is tomorrow morning. I've been eating MREs, face painted, living under a tree for 3 days, and literally 3 other dudes got pulled out of the field, drove down to San Diego, and the next morning we had our PT test. And I barely passed my first question.
Right on.
Yeah, a little worried about that. Like, all right, are they even gonna pick me up? I was so slipped up. They got my ticket. I picked up. Make sure the push-ups are good. When you take screening day 1 of training, they show up it's a hard one, so make sure I was ready for that.
So you pass the screen test, get in there. Let's talk about you. How was that?
Pretty cool. Different, right? Right. Go to Bud. Yeah, I read a whole bunch about Bud. I read much about this. I didn't know much about this. I mean, Bud is more of a I got word in my vocabulary. Now it's okay. How can it's a selection and training, probably more selection than training, right? So they want to know you have it or you don't. And day 1, it's shotgun blast face, and then it's, I thought getting into that, you know, was twice as hard as Bugs.
Really?
Bugs was simple enough where it was like, you get the right, yell, you run that way, don't quit. Okay, check, I got that. This selection was, okay, how good are you at what training to do, and really good decisions, understand pressure, and can you, it's not just about just quitting.
Yeah. You found that to be a lot harder.
I loved it. It was much harder, right? Because now the selection process in which they're judging you on has nothing to do with you just didn't quit. Now it's okay, how good are you at the game? Right? Bugs was didn't quit. We'll train you some basics. Now you've been a field for a handful of years. That's the way you know. And we're gonna put high expectations on you. And if you don't cut it, you're out. I loved it. But it was very demanding. I don't remember the exact number. I would say
So when you say it's mostly selection, a little bit of training, so you know, you have a baseline. They have an expectation from the baseline that they, you know, I mean, so are you now learning in the training pipeline?
And they will teach you something new every single day. Every single day you're getting something new, and it's amazing. Every single day. If you're the guy who didn't pick it up the day prior, the next day okay, now they stack something new on top of you weren't getting what they got yesterday. Okay, the next day is something more, and if you're, next thing you know, you got these things stacked up above you and you're not keeping up, last too long.
So what did you find to be the hardest part of the training? For those who don't know, Green Team is a training, it's the training that you can get away.
I think it's an individual operator's ability to identify a situation, right? It could be an elephant, a big elephant, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna eat that elephant one bite at a time. I'm gonna prioritize those bites smartly, and I'm gonna start eating them. Right? And hardest part of training was that they were constantly putting big elephants in front of you, stressing you out, wanting to see how that size of that challenge, the complexity of that challenge. Did you quit because the elephant's too big, or did you say, okay, check, I'll eat that elephant. What size bite-sized piece can I take? I'm going to start prioritizing those bites and start eating.
Gotcha.
The tactics were what they were. They're constantly throwing it at you. If you're into it, and the best training you'll ever get. Every single day you're learning something new and getting faster and better and better. And if guys weren't cutting it, they were gone.
Did you get Otter Man of this too? So what is the? I've never really talked to anybody. We've talked pretty extensively about what Green Team is, what the different cycles are of the program and all that kind of stuff. But what is the graduation?
There isn't one.
There is no graduation. How do you know where you're gonna go?
It's like the last couple months of training. They're like, hey, you guys are going to this color, you're going to that color, you're going to that color, and you just, I mean, I remember guys who, the guys who went to one of the squadrons, the guys in my class that were going to the next squadron that were deploying, they literally left Green Team 2 weeks early, checked into their squadron, and deployed.
No shit.
So they were like, you're graduating and integrated into your second deck squadron, and for them, they deployed. I waited 3 months, and I deployed 3 months after them.
Gotcha.
The pace is insane at that facility.
You know, like a red squad.
Yes.
Want to go to red?
I want to graduate and be assigned to one.
I don't care which one.
I think when you're going through and you're envisioning what the differences are and how you want to make believe that there's something special and different. In reality, they're not. Everyone you land in, you're going to be happy and content.
Are there different cultures, different teams?
It maybe little nuances, but not significant enough to speak about.
How would you describe the culture of Red?
I don't know, like, very cut and dry, black or white, right? Like, yeah, there's no quarter, right? It was, standards were this high, and if you didn't cut the standards, we're not going to give you a break on it, right? Here's the standard. You either meet it or exceed it, or we're going to have problems. I loved it because everything was very black and white, and you were either on one side or the other. And then of course, right, the top tempo was
Head home at the Central Swamp List. Started deploying every 6 months for life, whatever it was. It was just constant. Everything that I'd always dreamt it would be, it was.
Let's talk about. Yeah, let's talk about. Describe it. What do you want?
You go up to, well, now it's all different, but we went up to the second deck, right, which is where all the squadrons are stationed. You show up with your case of beer, and you introduce yourself, right, the whole squadron's sitting around, okay, bitch, stand up, tell us about yourself, and, where you're from, Team 5, like, shut up! Oh, no, keep going. Okay, well, I was like, Team 5, shut the fuck up, new guy. You're like, all right, good, all right, here's my beer. The next guy goes, and they yell at him. They're like, great. Welcome to the team, you're new. I don't care what you used to do in the past. You're now part of the team. And then we went to work.
What's the team room like?
In what way?
I don't know. Do they have any artifacts in there?
It's like this on steroids, right? It's cool artifacts from missions all over the place. Computers around the walls of the room. We got a new command by the time I left, so it was updated. The one I moved into was the old school, the OG building. It's been updated a lot since then.
Any particular artifacts that stick out in your mind? Right on. Well, Matt, let's take a quick break. Buckle up, because the biggest Black Ops ever is arriving on November 14th. That's Call of Duty Black Ops 7. With 3 epic game modes across co-op, campaign, multiplayer, and zombies, it's pushing the franchise into 6 and kind of what that was like. So what I'd like to move into now is basically your career over at Development Group, what the pace was like, what were you guys deploying, stuff like that. So let's just start with, what was your first deployment with Red Squadron?
Man, first deployment with my former squadron was deployed to Afghanistan. I was actually there for about a month of deployment. And during this period of time, right, our Army counterparts were very focused in Iraq, and the Navy team had leadership in Afghanistan. So, most of the Navy guys were deploying to Afghanistan. The Army had control of Iraq. Well, Iraq had been picking up, right, from the Tier 1 perspective. So I did about a month of deployment in Afghanistan, and then I got a call that the guys from our squadron were going to move over to Iraq and integrate with an Army counterpart. Okay. You said it, not me.
Why would they pick a new guy?
Oh, my whole team went.
Oh, your whole team?
They pulled the whole team, so my team leader, all the way down to me being the new guy. They pulled the whole team, moved us over to Iraq, and then they farmed each one of us out to a different Army team. So I was integrated as a new guy into an Army unit. As a new guy on one of their assault elements. Other guys on my team were another team. We all lived together, operated together, but we fully integrated with an Army unit.
With Delta. So did Delta send guys over to 6?
No, that point, it was because they were taking some heavy chemicals. They just didn't backfill with anybody. They went lighter. The squad that stayed there was light 18. The team went over and augmented the Army guys. Phenomenal deployment, right? I'm still very, very good friends with the Army guys I work with there. Phenomenal individuals.
We rewind real quick. So, did you guys do anything in Afghanistan? No, because it was just not, there just wasn't a lot going on.
We were doing awesome. I was they weren't as kinetic. It was different, right? Iraq, everything was just kicking off. Afghanistan's been through its phases 10 times, but at that time, Afghanistan felt a little slower. They were still hitting ops. They were still running missions. It was just the priority was, okay, let's move some extra assaulters over here. I think the Delta guys had already lost a couple guys before we got there. And then while we were there, they lost a couple more units. It was pretty, right, I rode around on a Little Bird, right? As much as I remember about the Little Bird thing, we were Baghdad SWAT. Once, twice, 3 times a night, whatever it was. All over Baghdad.
So hold on. There's a lot to unpack here. I'm really curious. You know, before let's just keep it Afghanistan for your 1 month over there. So, I mean, what was your impression of the difference between regular SEAL teams? Now you're over at SEAL Team 6 in Afghanistan with Red Squadron. Did you see anything right off the bat? We're not talking about. I mean, you're only 2 deployments into your 13 deployments, so you got 11 left over at 6. What was your first month like in Afghanistan?
Missions, the urban missions.
Was it the very beginning, or were you a little disappointed?
Everything I dreamt about, and wanted to get to, I saw and I experienced, and I was
right away.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
It was pretty legit. The caliber of guys you're working with are just next level, right? It's you know, everybody's tightening each other, making themselves bigger and better, and
Nice. And so what was it like jumping over to Delta? You have a month taste of the training pipeline of development. And then, I mean, shit, less than a year over. It sounds like it's less than a year from when you showed up to Green Team to
deploy an Army unit.
Now you're with Delta.
Yeah.
Who's the the Army counterpart.
Yeah.
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
I think there's more, you know, I've always said, I'm still very good friends. Some of my best friends are the Army guys I worked with on that deployment. Pretty cool, right? We're working out of Baghdad with all the sexy assets that right? I'd been in Baghdad a deployment and a half before, dreaming of all these fun assets and toys and what it would be like, and now here I'm back. Now we're in Tier 1 unit, it wasn't Army Navy, but Army unit, and a whole bunch of Navy guys are still there, and now we're hitting shit every night. That was right? Yeah, that was a steep learning curve.
I'll bet it was. I mean, what are some things that are different? What are some things that you notice that are different between the two?
I mean, let's just start with the assets that we're
I'm talking difference between Development Group and Delta.
Confirming your request. Just hang on a second. There. Elevator is on its way. Stand by.
Let's do it.
And if you get honest with the Army guys, like half of them be like, yeah, if I could swim better, I would have went to Buds. Like, well, thanks for being honest. I appreciate that.
Right on.
No, great guys, right? I've worked with operators from around the globe, right? German, Israelis, Brits, Aussies, all very similar, like-minded individuals, right? Their camo may be different, their technology on their gun may be a little different, the funding they got for training is definitely different, but from an individual operator, very similar.
Very similar.
And I would say that for the Army guys, our Army counterparts, very similar, same mindset. Sure, they hadn't been through Buds, they have a different selection of pipeline, but from the operator themselves, the way they're structured, the way they operate, right? The tactics were all pretty similar, nothing that you couldn't assimilate into easy enough.
So you didn't get over there and go, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to go through another selection.
I should have stuck with ROTC.
Yeah, fuck.
No,
I never had to do this detour, damn it.
Again, they were super cool. They opened me up, opened up everything, allowed me in, and respected my talents on their team. I was arguably the outsider and a new guy.
Mm-hmm. So what kind of stuff were you doing over there?
Baghdad SWAT, right? Little birds to the roof, Panders, ground assault force, squish them in the middle, right? Night after night after night, right? Intel finds bad guy. We show up at the house. I can remember a good one where we, right, these little bird pilots were shit high. what they say they do. They deliver on every single time. And we're hitting, you know, it's downtown Baghdad, thousands of rooftops, right? How do you find the one rooftop in the masses that you need to land your helo on? And every single night they were perfect. Every night, always. Boom, boom, boom. Nailed it. Right? Well, one night we come in and we land on the roof, but it turns out our pilot had landed one too far by accident. Right? Landed one too far. We get on the roof, one house past our target building, ground assault fort hit the ground, they start coming up, big shootout in the stairs. Right? One of my buddies, Jeremy, shot my leg. Right? They're throwing hand grenades down the stairs. Turns out there was 8 guys in the top floor. Me and 3 other dudes would have landed and made entry into that space, right? Because we were a little bird team to the roof, 4-man team. We would have gone top down. We would have entered onto 8 dudes, and that probably wouldn't have worked out too well. Right? Got a lot of big guy upstairs scenarios where, right, you don't understand it in the minute, right? You're like, oh fuck, we landed one house too far. We should have been there. Well, had we landed on the right roof, the odds are it would have, you know, maybe we wouldn't be here. It'd be a whole different story. So yeah, that was an average night in Baghdad. That mission was actually the first night I ever killed anybody.
No shit.
No. Right, I'd done 2 first deployment, no combat. Second deployment into Iraq, I'd done some shooting, but nobody that I had ever like engaged and saw, type thing. And there was that night, there was a whole bunch of dudes trying to climb out the back window, and we lit them up. And we ended up. A couple Army guys ran in on the first floor of this building. They were all sandbag bunker positions on the second floor, and so we put a Bradley fighting vehicle into the front door of this, right in front of the house, and literally had the 18-year-old kid who had the chain gun just start unloading into the house. And so, like, 20mm chain gun in the front yard of this house just blasted away, and they all started trying to pile out the back window. And so shot them, a whole bunch of them, and then
how many of them?
Probably 4 or 5. Tried getting out. We ended up sending an EOD guy in on the first floor of the house, and they set a big thermobaric charge. Right, ran out of the house. The Army guy's like, okay, 30 seconds, it's gonna go. 29, 30. No, boom. Right, all right. You're the demo guy. You just set the demo. You just said it should be blowing up now. It's not blowing up. What's up? Did you dual prime it? He's like, dual prime it? What kind of demo guy doesn't dual prime something? So, okay. Now you're sitting there. There's a thermobaric charge that has been actuated. The clock's ticking.
I'm finding the difference between Delta and Dev Group.
Always dual prime. So anyway, we waited. All right, somebody's got to go back on the first floor. Hook another initiator. Demo guy said it should be off, so the same demo guy had to run back in the house, set a second initiator to it, ran out and clacked it, and the whole house fell down. That was a big, very significant moment for me in 2 ways. One, yeah, I had actually got somebody.
Let's go to the control tower. Hello? If anyone can hear me, an electromagnetic storm is currently raging over topside. Beware the lightning strikes if you're outdoors.
just trying to be pattern.
Dude, you don't have to do that. Thank you, though.
Let's go to the domes. We'll see if this time's finding the charm. Sets up some rewards for your efforts. Head home at the North Complex elevator.
that's not a stay-at-home billet. That's a deployable billet. I know, but I got to put somebody there, and we don't have enough people, and I've got your name earmarked for that. I'm like, well, Master Chief, look, I've never asked for anything. My family's melting. My neck is broken. Like, I got some shit going on. I need to figure out. Can you please find something? He came back a week later, was like, no, it's the only option you got. So that's part of the reason I got out. So can it be fixed? I hope so, right? Could it be fixed? I think so. The priorities at the time were mission success, not Sean Ryan's mental health, not Bissonnette's personal wealth and all that.
How do you think that worked out in the long term? You think that worked out
Good
well?
question. You always take care of your people first.
That's
and
right.
They didn't take care of the people, right? 9/11, I saw a lot of changes. A lot of changes between here and here. Right? I saw the tactics change. I saw the leadership change. I saw by the time I got out, right, every major officer I knew was writing themselves up for their own awards, and they were going to get promoted off the number of missions they ran, not off the number of bad guys they caught or doing the right thing. It was, okay, number of missions, amount of awards, all this nonsense. And then I saw the rules of engagement slowly starting to change, right? Making things more dangerous for us, right? So you'd have the Admiral McRavens coming in saying, okay, well, you can't use your dogs anymore. You can't go at night. Like, wait a second. We only go at night because it's safer to the force. We bring our dogs because our dogs save our lives nightly. But now the leadership's saying, don't bring your dogs because the locals are complaining about dogs being unclean.
What?
That's,
Are you fucking kidding me? That was Admiral McRaven?
We had so many different officers and congressional delegations, right? We'd have congressional delegations come. They would ask us, hey, are these new rules of engagement prohibitive, costing you more danger on target? And our officers would be like, nope, all good. Our senior enlisted Master Chief, I can remember the Master, I'm not going to name his name, but he stood up in the meeting with the congressional delegation and said, well, with all due respect, I don't believe what the officer over here is telling you. I'm the one going on the ground, and yes, it is making it more dangerous for us. Nobody was communicating those things. I saw that slowly happening over and over and over as we're sent back to Iraq and Afghanistan, right, risking our lives. Well, the leadership is making it harder and harder for us to do our mission. And all of that was adding up to part of the reason why I was like, I'm no longer signing my name on the dotted line to work for the idiots.
Damn, man. I thought the leadership over a dev group was...
Oh, it has its strengths and weaknesses. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's shitty, but I'm saying we've definitely had our less than stellar. Right? When we get into talking about all the book drama, right? When that all hit, right? I reached out to my commanding officer that I had just left the squadron. I'd known him for 8 years. Right? I'm like, sir, right? The only thing I've ever been taught, if there's an issue, you communicate with leadership immediately, and that's exactly what I did. You know what that SEAL officer in charge of the SEAL community did? He replied, delete me. That's the only correspondence I've ever gotten from any leadership in the SEAL community since I wrote or anything, period.
Wow.
So, you want to talk about leadership issues, I'd say the community has a few.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. Jeez. All right, well, let's move in. Let's go to the Bin Laden raid. Let's talk about when did that pop up on your guys' radar?
We just got home from a deployment. We just got home from Afghanistan, like 8 days prior. They pulled 24 most senior of us in the squadron and briefed us up. Said, hey, look, we think we found him. We want you guys to plan the ground assault option.
8 days after deployment.
Yeah. Yeah, right after 8, 10 days, something like that. Just come home. I should have been on leave. They pulled us in from leave and pulled the 24 most senior in the squadron.
Did you have any idea that's what they were going to talk to you about?
No, I had no idea. And I actually had a medical appointment that I couldn't miss the morning that they were pulling these guys down to this other facility to read them in. And I'm like, hey guys, I've got this medical thing at the doctor. I've set up, you know. Is it cool if I miss this, or do I need to miss the doctor's appointment to hit this brief? And they're like, no, you're good. Just drive down when you're done. So I finished my appointment and drove down. And then when I showed up at the facility, they'd already given the guys the brief and said, hey, look, we think we found the guy. We want you guys to plan the ground assault option. Boom. So then we got to work.
How do you plan that?
Just like we've done any other mission, right? The enlisted guys at the bottom who actually do it, coming up with the courses of action. We're somewhat limited on tactically action the target based off where it was. Right, in Afghanistan, we'd grown very comfortable with not flying the helicopter to the compound, right? Landing 20 kilometers away and patrolling in. So, right, we're gonna pick the lock on your door. We'll get you while you're sleeping. Don't wake up anybody in the neighborhood. That's much more of what we like to do. Because of where the compound patrolling through the city, remaining undetected was low. So had we been compromised on that patrol, right, he would have left the building. So based off the building, everything we were seeing, that drove us to say, okay, well let's go straight to the target.
Mm-hmm.
Fly the helicopters, and that's where that plan was started.
I didn't know that you had those new latest and greatest black.
Let's go to the dome. Keep your wits about you, Raider.
Did you know you were going to get
Facing a drone,
fancy
careful
helicopters
shots
to
to the
fly in
thrust
for the
is far
mission?
more effective than riddling them with bullets.
Immediately.
Walt's not going to come out.
Not immediately.
All right, so you had no idea. When did you have an idea?
In the mission plan, during the mission plan, they told us about certain assets that we could use that had certain skills that we needed, and so some discussion whether we truly needed it or not, and ultimately it was yes. So,
how long did you guys have the plan to
2 weeks?
2 weeks?
As long as I've never rehearsed for any mission. Right, first team deployment, never rehearsed for a single mission. Every deployment, let's go to the plan with the team, we're off the game. Only mission I ever rehearsed for.
So can you talk about the 2 weeks from
we did came up with a plan and then just started rehearsing our plan. A mock-up that we trained on. But again, even rehearsing on a mock-up where you don't know the inside of it, it's kind of irrelevant, right? We knew kind of the outside layout, so you could go get a false sense of security running a dry run on a compound for time. But if you know what's in the house and what's going to happen in the house, you're getting a sense of security of, we ran this in 3 minutes, we cleared it in 3 minutes. Clearing structural paper targets without any interference, right? We spent a week or 2 doing that, went out to another station, more rehearsals with the helicopter, came back. I can remember, this is like, wake up, nurse, through the night, nurse, day, night, and then whatever it was, and just constant rehearsal.
What did it feel like, especially not having no idea of that metal and it's there's parties 24 that are going on and
That doesn't get you excited, something's wrong. That's what I'm saying. Come on. Like that's like, hey, let's go. Right? I've been involved in one other spin for Bin Laden years prior. So this one felt much different. Right? The one years prior, right? It was glowing white robes were seen on ISR feed, and he's coming back into Afghanistan to make his final take the fight to the Americans, and so it was this whole shit show where all the officers were there, they want to get involved, to be involved. It was the closest spin of any intel they'd ever had on Bin Laden, so they just delayed. This big force got built. They flew in like B-1 bombers to the States. They bombed the shit out of an empty hillside. Right, like 3 days before they're going into the mission, right? They're going to take down Bin Laden. They send me and another guy over to Pakistan to do some stuff there. So I'm literally on the Pakistan side of the border, dressed in Pakistani uniforms, with Pakistani element. And my guys are on the other side of the border. They're dropping bombs on a whole bunch of empty mountains. And 2 weeks later, they're like, okay, Bin Laden was there. So that was the previous spin. This one felt much different. This one was a lot more whoever lived there was significant, right? None of the intel that I saw was 100% proof positive. Itself, it's okay. Whoever lived there was going to have it that night, and we're going to figure it out. I remember in one of the intel meetings, who put this together. Reading through it for a couple days, maybe one or two, I see statistics which is up to a 70% chance of being shot down. And I don't know who came up with that statistic. There was intel people at all levels throwing out different numbers and statistics, but I'm like, that number's gonna go to 70%. That's just the helo. That's not dealing with the guys with the guns, which is there.
You know what we're gonna There's a rocket here.
Suicide mission.
I've never.
Oh, no, I was actually just kind of funny it wasn't that crazy. Yeah. I only go fair city so far, so.
I'm not. My buddy Brian, so every morning was like, fuck this, I'm quitting. I can't allow my mind.
I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you. Nice of you. Have a good day. See you. Yo, bring that crate right here, right? It's right outside the door? Okay. I'll walk to that. There's a thing. No, great about it. I was just there's things right here. I'll kill him. He just threw it straight down the stairs, bro. It's like that.
move to that location.
I'm okay. Thank you though.
To go there because I actually feel so I'm like I'm not going to allow my mind to go anywhere other than we're going to move through this target and figure it out.
What was, can you run through the plan that you guys developed? And then we'll...
I love my Mike Tyson quote. That's when we interviewed Tyson after the fight. Give me the plan, give me the next fight. And he looked at the reporter, like, yeah, everybody has a plan for you to punch in the face. I love that quote. Right? We had a great plan, super simple, like we didn't bad, top down, bottom up, right? We're going to force them in the main house. That was the plan. Pretty straightforward. We got punched in the face as soon as we got there, right? These helicopter pilots, amazing, right? Cannot say enough about that.
Go to that location.
Perfect. Everything, to the second. I'm sitting in the left door of the helicopter, right? I'm going to be the first one out, top one, on the left side.
Go to that
on the other
location.
side. Right, ropes up to the helo, 40 feet up, into a hover. Feels like 4 hours, probably 2 seconds. And immediately the helicopter goes 90 and sitting in the floor. Helicopters crash very ugly.
Let's go to that location.
I'm scooting in. Chicken legs are hanging out the side of the helicopter, and we're going to hit to the side. Putting my folding it in. I'm literally falling out of the side of the helicopter as we come in and hit. Nothing goes boom. They're out your shorts, whatever you need to do to back to the game. Yeah, the way we hung up on the wall. The helicopter popped up. There's a wheel in the back section of the black. And the wheel is the only load bearing for the back half of the helicopter. The wheel landed on the wall. Right, I got wheel bend 10 inches this way or 10 inches this way, that section of the wall I would move it, right? The height of the wall is 10 feet. The helicopter hit, if you watch the 0 to 30 movie, the main rotor hits the ground, comes snapping off. Alright, okay. I jump out this door and run away. Turn around and look. And the main rotor is still turning, only about a foot. And so it's like the big guy. Alright, and you time's up, and it was not turning. Inches. Landed perfectly. Helicopter didn't roll. Main rotor blades didn't snap off. Nothing. 40 feet up.
Let's move to that location.
You told me why did the helicopter fly? Great stuff. Okay. So, you know what was happening in Washington, D.C. the day before the mission that the president would have wanted to do. So, the day we had originally planned to launch our mission was the day before we actually went. Right, the weekend, zero alone, so good time to go. President got involved. He's like, hey, can you guys push this one day to the right? To the right. Dinner. Okay, cool. So we moved the op to the right. Not me, it was well above my pay grade. The op was moved to the right. The next day, the temperature was roughly 8 degrees warmer than the day prior. You know, temperature, density, altitude, how a bullet flies over a mile, affects how much lift the helicopter can do. So, hypothetically, if I'm not speaking in real terms of weights, right? Yeah, if our helicopter could carry, say, 1,000 pounds, say we were 800 pounds of load, that's fine, the operator then was normal. The next day, 8 degrees warmer, temperature, we didn't have the lift. So what I've been told is we got into the trouble area, our pilot was at full throttle, and we settled the approach because we didn't have enough pass to keep the helicopters in the air. Why did we crash? President Obama knew he'd hit the White House first one. You've got it. Yeah, personally. The only political shot I take in No Easy Day, but I make two political shots because I hate all of them. Biden, right, he was VP at the time. We meet him after the raid, and he's like literally hands are like trying to rub my shoulder and tell him bad jokes. And like, we're not teenage girls, right? And it's like, who's the drunk uncle that showed up at that kid? Like, oh, that's the vice president. Like, okay, that makes sense. And then Obama was great, right? Super smooth. We all stood up there, got a photo with him, gave a great speech, and then he invites us all to the White House, to the residence, for a beer. Okay. I'm very apolitical, but if a sitting president invites me and my team to just risk our lives or whatever to the White House to have a beer with the sitting president, you go. Right? You're going to go. I even like the freaking women's World Cup soccer team, whatever. Like, everybody goes to the White House. Here's the sitting president. Here right after we probably got in here. You think you ever followed up with that invite?
Probably.
Nope. And so I bet you voted for change, too. That's my only one line. Bet you started waiting for Obama to invite you to the White House for a beer. You just risked your life for him and probably got him reelected. He invited you for a beer, but he was going to follow up with that now.
Not surprising. Not surprising.
So, yeah, all my buddies are jumping out the other side of the helicopter and going to work. So I couldn't run around the front of the helicopter, the main building where it was turn. I literally had to run down along the wall underneath. There was like 3 or 4 of us. We all ran underneath the helicopter, joined with the team, and reached one gate. And we were back in the original compound that we were fast roped into, about a minute delay. Our plan had gone sideways, right? Our plan was top down, bottom up. Plan had gone completely sideways. We crashed into the compound. Second helicopter, there was no radio call between Dash 1 and Dash 2 that we'd gone in.
Were you going to be on the top or on the bottom?
We were fast roping 40 feet down into the compound. My team was clearing and securing one of the southern buildings, and then we'd all wrap into the bottom floor and go up. Chalk 2 was supposed to go to the roof and work down. As Chalk 2 came into a hover, right, we're flying really.
Let's head home at the water treatment elevator.
He doesn't know if he's been shot down. He doesn't know what's going on. He just knows there's a spark helicopter in the compound. So, he makes probably the best decision of the night that nobody will ever talk about. Right? He could have pushed a bad position, tried to do the game plan and land on the roof. The odds are he was correct.
Why do you say that?
have a roof. Now they're outside the compound, outside the wall, and seal the compound.
Safely contact the enemy. You have 10 minutes to return to Sarasa. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Prevent any disease or condition. These statements and information are not a substitute for or alternative to seeking care from your healthcare providers. You pay for the internet, but the internet cashes in on you. Data brokers rake in billions selling your private information, and you don't even get a say. Your most personal details turned into their business, all without your permission. But Aura helps you take back control of your personal data. They can help remove your private details from broker sites and keep it off. Aura also alerts you fast if your information shows up in a breach or in the dark web. With antivirus protection and a password manager, Aura covers it all. Plus, if your identity is ever stolen, you're backed up by up to $5 million in insurance and 24/7 US-based fraud support to help you recover quickly. Right now, you can try Aura for free for 14 days when you visit Aura.com/SRS. That is enough time for Aura to start removing your personal information from data broker sites. Sign up today at Aura.com/SRS and get the peace of mind that your privacy, identity, and finances are safeguarded. That's AURA.com/SRS. Certain terms apply. See the site for details. All right, Matt, we're back from the break. We had just left off. The helo crashed. The other one landed outside the compound. I think you guys are getting ready to link up.
Yep. My team was tasked with securing this building to the south of the compound. Been on two facilitators that lived in the compound, and one of them lived in this southern little building inside the compound. So my team was tasked with that, while the rest headed to the first floor of the main building. We got to the door of the little southern building. Door was locked. I know we've made a little noise crashing our helicopters. We're professionals here, right? We didn't want to make too much noise if we didn't have to. So my buddy that was there with me carried a sledgehammer. Right, he starts banging on this metal door, trying to get it open up, and it's not going to open. So okay, we're not going to spend 5 minutes banging on this thing. We got to get in. So I was going to use my explosives. I commented one of the first times I ever got shot at was through a door. Right, and I've had that happen multiple times now. We just crashed into their compound. We just beat on their front door with a sledgehammer. The last thing I'm gonna do is stand in front of their door, setting my charge there. So I literally got on my knee as low as I could, setting my charge, and as I'm setting my charge, just above me, AK-47 through the door.
Holy shit, are you serious? Wow.
I picked up a little bit of frag in my shoulder, nothing crazy, but I carry a set of bolt cutters on a pouch on my back, right? Each handle can kind of come up. I can pull it out, cut my little bolt cutter setup. We got back from the mission. I was going through my stuff. There's a bullet stuck in the handle.
Are you serious?
So we got lucky with the crash. We got lucky with 30 seconds later at the door. Myself and my partner returned fire through the door blindly, and everything goes quiet.
Wow.
All right. I gotta get back up. I gotta get my charge on the door. I got to clap this thing off. We got to get in here, right? We got to time's ticking. My buddy spoke Arabic, right? So he starts calling into the house in Arabic. And I swear to God, not 5 seconds go by and you hear the metal latch on the door inside and they're getting ready to come out. Like, why didn't we try this when we got here? This would have been way simpler, right? Just come on out, guys. Door opens up. It's a female holding a baby, 2 kids behind her, her husband laying dead just inside the door. Perfect Arabic to my buddy. You killed him. He is dead. Talking about her husband. Wow. Pulled her out, right? The women and kids away, cleared the guns, cleared all the area, left them there, left the dead guy there, and then we rolled into the main house. While all that was going on.
Did you guys know where he was going to be?
Who?
Bin Laden.
The assessment was assessed that he most likely lived on the 3rd floor of the compound. Assessed. Right? Assessed was Khalid, his son, lived on the 2nd floor, and another facilitator on the 1st, and another facilitator in this outbuilding. That was the laydown of what they right, the guys from Trump 2 had landed outside the wall. They got let in the compound. Now everybody's hitting the bottom of the main house, right?
Are you guys hitting the main house simultaneously, or did you?
One door on the house. The way the house was rigged, it had multiple doors to go in, but it had been configured on the inside to secure the stairwell going up, right? We got in one side of the house, and there's a reinforced metal door at the bottom of the stairs. Sean may be hiding somebody upstairs if you have a reinforced metal door at the bottom of your staircase, right? Maybe a sign that you're hiding somebody upstairs, right? So all of these things, you're thinking through, you're like, okay, shots fired at the 1st building. They want to get jiggy, right? We've got reinforced metal doors at the bottom of their stairs. That's ours, right? A couple charges and that went away. No power, pitch black, good night vision. It's not like you see in the movies with, you know, Team America here to kick your ass and clear left, clear right, right? We're very calmly and quietly clearing the space. Got up to the 2nd floor, where there'd been an adult male and his wife engaged on the 1st floor. In the stairs up to the 2nd floor. What I remember, right? Seal in front of me. It just shot Khalid up the stairs. Right, Khalid was Bin Laden's son. We'd been told we think Khalid lives on the 2nd floor. We're literally standing on the 2nd floor. There's like a ladder, or stairs that go up to a landing and up. A little head pops down looking at us on the ceiling.
How did he hear you guys?
He had to have, right? I mean, anybody inside the house had plenty of time to wake up. They heard helicopters hovering, helicopters crash. They'd heard muffled gunfire, some explosions.
There's only a few spots still exposed
outside
to
buildings,
sunlight.
1st
The
floor
rest
of
has
the
to
main
do with
building, and then now we're in the house. So they had more than enough time to assume there's somebody here that's...
Is it true that somebody yelled to Khalid in Arabic? He came out and then was popped.
Didn't yell, whispered. The sexiest move I ever saw in the SEAL teams. Whispered Khalid's name. You're on the 2nd floor. You see a head peek down the wall, look down at us, try and see who's down there. Couldn't tell, right? It's pitch black. We're quiet. We're not, hey, it's America. None of that. And that same SEAL, right, sat right next to me in the helo crash, right? In front of me on the stairs, and he literally whispers Khalid's name. Khalid. Khalid had heard gunfire, all this stuff. Then he hears somebody whispering his name. Not yelling it, nothing aggressive. Peeks around the corner and gets popped in the head.
Holy shit.
Falls down a couple sets of stairs, AK-47. Right? He was literally right around the corner of the stairwell with an AK-47. Had we made our way up the stairs, right, he would have popped the point man point blank as we rounded the corner. Maybe the rest of us. More importantly, he would have slowed our assault down. Right? We'd given ourselves 30 minutes on target with a 10-minute window to spare. And yeah, had he stood at the top of the stairs shooting down, that would have slowed our assault up the stairs. I had to assault years ago. There was a guy up the shooting down at us, and literally we threw a whole bunch of hand grenades up the stairs and then ran up right behind them. It's not the prettiest way to assault a set fixed position.
Yeah.
So thankfully, right, from a historical move standpoint, that was epic.
Was that rehearsed, or that just fucking happened like on the run?
Pull it out in the midst of stress and pressure, and send it, and that is what I love.
Damn, that's
right?
amazing.
Like, that's just, come on, good thing I wouldn't have thought of that. I don't want to say anything. No, I wouldn't have thought of any of that.
That was fucking genius.
I didn't think of any of that. But you got to think, right now you just heard some guy answer to the name Khalid, right? We've heard all the guys downstairs got guns, right? I got shot out at the first floor. So okay, whoever is in this house is putting up a fight and trying to hide, right? So okay. Significant. At least chalk that up in the back of your mind as you're moving through the target. That, okay, maybe the intel folks are correct for once, right? There was a ton of different intel people involved in this. The girl from the Zero Dark 30 movie, she was always 100%. Right? She wasn't a hot redhead, but she was always 100%. There was other intel people we had there. Some of them be 50%, 70. She was always 100%. So yeah, you're thinking, okay, all these little pieces, these are all little signs that are adding up in the back of your head. Step over Khalid and head up to the 3rd floor.
How much interaction did you guys have with the woman?
The CH?
Yeah.
Tons. She was there when she briefed us in. I sat next to her on the flight over. The movie does a great job portraying how, like, feisty smart she is. She's wicked smart.
Right.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
All right, so you're moving up to the 3rd deck.
3rd floor, point man in front of me again.
Same guy?
Same guy. Same guy whispered Khalid. Head pops out the door at the top. Point man takes a couple shots and the head disappears into the room. We don't, right, we kind of skipped over 13 deployment, right? One of the biggest things that we had learned and evolved through is, right, the tactics we were taught, CQB, right? It's hostage rescue, clearance. When you're in a building, right, it's all about speed. Well, over time, we were using these old school hostage rescue tactics to assault buildings where there was no hostages. Flash crash in the room, immediately run in here. When there's no hostage in there, wouldn't it be much safer to stay at the door of the room and like pie the whole door from the space where you're much safer and less chance of getting shot back? So we had started evolving our tactics, right? It was no longer hostage rescue clearance, it was combat clearance. And combat clearance meant we're slower, much more methodical. There was no reason to just run in the room and clear things.
Let's move to that location.
Right? Much safer. And trust me, the swamp in the community didn't want to evolve to those tactics, but over time it was saving lives nightly by not rushing into the room. Right?
Who do you call the swamp of the teams?
Any of the old school guys that are still there.
I mean, is the swamp that group as well?
There's a swamp everywhere.
At least when I was in the assault itself, all of that just comes down from you guys. And so, I mean, it's just fucking shame to hear that there are people.
Not everybody, but any organization, there's the old school guys in the organization that don't want to change, right? And they want to do things the way they've always done it, and what they've always done is fine. And that's fine by them, no judgment. I'm somebody who likes to evolve and adapt, and when there's people dying because of a tactic, I really think we should evolve the tactic. Right?
I would share that sentiment.
Kind of makes common sense.
Yeah. Where did that change come? Where did combat clearance come from? Is that
guys like me and other operators that were operating, and we just continually go to our leadership, right? I did 8 years at the command, and you're just deploying. And so I wasn't a senior guy yet. I was kind
mean, it's just so different, and you know, it's completely different than everything that I've been doing. I've never done combat class. I was out before that. Got to, you know, the vanilla side, but
one of the missions we did with my Army counterparts, right? And a good SEAL friend of mine was right there when it happened. Door, breach goes, run in. Right, first 4 guys, 1 minute. First man, sandbag, bunker. Everybody ran right into the PDA. So you tell me how many times you get this tactic of like blowing the door and running in. If there's not a hostage in there that we need to save, why are we taking that risk to force?
yeah.
Simple question. We had evolved to that, right? So this, the Bin Laden mission, we knew there was no hostages, right? They're not holding somebody on the 3rd floor. So there was no reason to run, right? Clear to the door of the room, basically twitching at the foot of the bed. Two women in the room. Women standing there in the room, right?
So is he still alive, or is this just nerves?
He's done. Headshot. Cover the headshot. Right? We didn't want to shoot him in the face. We didn't want to get him in the throat. Rules of engagement were capture or kill. Right? None of this was going and kill everybody. It was then on the field. It's always capture or kill. And we had 30 different lawyers show up and brief us on this. Why was he engaged while we were coming up the stairs? Because the only thing he exposed was the head. Put his head out the door to look back down the stairs, and was engaged. Within the rules of engagement for that point man. Why? Because he could have produced a gun around the corner, right? Khalid down the stairs, but had a gun in him. Guy in the first floor had a gun in him. So 3rd floor, more time to set up a defense than anybody on the 2nd and 1st, and everybody else has got a gun on the 1st and 2nd. One man could think of Bin Laden's arm, well within the rules of engagement. He'd been briefed. Part of the, the instruction just was, hey, they have the house rigged to blow, or they're all wearing vests, and when you get in there, they'll martyr themselves and kill you guys too. So again, the rules of engagement, coming up the stairs, once sees the head, well within the rules of engagement, chop it, and then lay on the foot of the bed, in the room. Right? Same point man grabs the 2 chicks and pushes them back against the floor wall.
Go to the domes.
Target secure, right? And finish clearing the 3rd floor. That's okay. Question women and kids. All right, trying to get a name for the guy. The women gave us an alias.
Did you shoot Bin Laden?
On the ground, yes.
You did. How many times?
Couple.
Where at?
The body.
In the body? How did that feel? Don't fucking tell me like, I'm just doing the job. Bullshit. You just fucking killed him. You shot
killed him.
You
never said I killed Bin Laden.
I'm correcting myself. You shot him as he was twitching at the fucking edge of his bed, and you didn't.
I don't know what that means for you, but
come on. You didn't feel anything. No sense of accomplishment, retribution. This guy fucking.
We had a long way to get home. I think everybody was still very focused on, okay, right, we've got one helo now. Right, let's think big picture here, where we are in this situation. Yeah, we got Knucklehead down, but did you notice him? Man, looking at him, it looked like him, right? The women gave us an alias, the kids confirmed it, we went back to the women then confirmed it. We all carried photos of him, right? And all the photos we carried, his beard was gray and his gray hair. We searched his bathroom on the shelf just above his sink, just for men hair dye. That's serious. The guy in his beard. That's why his beard's pitch black. Oh shit. So yeah, right. We got a helo down. We got a lot of stuff going on. We're very far from home. Right, you got an hour and a half helo ride into a country that's got surface-to-air missiles, and they're way different than what's going on in Afghanistan. And so, okay, we got clock's ticking, 30 minutes on target. So I started taking photos. A buddy of mine was there. Literally, he had a camelback. Put water on his face. Shoots off his blood. Washed all the blood off his face. I had bought supply guy, so I bought everybody in the squadron digital cameras, right? Because we knew if we had the body going out in our helicopter and then we got shot down on the way out, how do you have proof on your helicopter, right? So multiple digital cameras, photos, DNA samples, different helos, and then they were like, all right, you guys bag him up. So we had the body, drug him down the stairs by his feet. I can shut my eyes and I can remember the sound of his hollow skull bouncing down the stairs as we drug him down. Drug him over his son's dead body. Nice. At that point, right, officers getting on the horn saying, hey, confirm we got him. EOD guys, one EOD guy on the mission, he starts running around, somebody gets on the radio, so they prep it to blow. So our EOD guy starts running around the house, setting thermobaric charges in all these rooms. What are you doing? Well, they said prep it to blow. The house? I'm pretty sure they're talking about the helicopter. The helicopter. Dude, you need to go look at the cars. We crashed so quickly, there was no radio call between Shock 1 and Shock 2 that we'd gone in. The whole target gets complete. And then some of the people in Chalk 2 found out that we had crashed in the assault. They did not know. Everything was happening so quickly that hadn't been communicated. So our EOD guy starts to drive on the helo, starts rigging that to blow. We're moving all the women and kids around the compound to safety. We're doing 30-second shopping spree at Walmart, whatever, running around, grabbing anything we could, thumb drives, computers, anything you can find. I remember when Master Chief getting on the horn, like, that's still the building. No more Hill 2 guys, like, everybody out now. Wrapped everything up. I remember running out of the building, a whole bunch of stuff, and I look over at the most uncomfortable, weird thing you've ever seen. These helicopter pilots, they're never on the ground, and they've got these big, like, aviator helmets, these big, black, dark helmets. Then there's, like, 2 pilots and 2 crew chiefs, and somebody had handed them suitcases of, like, intel. So they're their big helmet, they're looking around, no guns, they've got suitcases. I'm like, come on, guys, let's go. Pulled them out. We were down a helicopter, right? So leadership called one remaining of 2 backup CH-47s, backup SEALs, and backup fuel. One of the CH-47s flew into the compound, right? Landed, picked up the other guys. We're working out through the field, carrying the body bag. Throw the body in, we jump in, and I may be a little sensitive because I've already been in one helicopter crash that night, and the whole cockpit is flashing red. Oh shit. The whole thing's flashing red. I don't know what that means, but I don't think that's healthy. Right? So I guess. So we've given ourselves 30 minutes on target with 10 minutes. When I lifted off, so we're running on fumes. Our helicopter still had to fly 10 minutes to our other refueling helicopter. We landed. We got gas. Right? Everybody thinks it's the 24 SEAL that pulled this off. There's some Army refueler out there. Join the Army to refuel helicopters. Right? Not be Delta Force or anything crazy. To refuel helicopters.
Let's go to the dome.
College GI Bill. And that night, that Army kid refueled us up. Right? None of us would be back if one of the Army kids refueled us. We got gas for 20 minutes. Right now we've all still in our uniform when President Obama came in and gave his whole spiel on the TV. Like we're literally watching Obama, the body's laying right there.
Let's keep going with the deep. There's a lot that's about to come out that's important. And the debrief, items that were kept. I mean, this is all rolling into what you really want to talk about. So I just be as descriptive as you can.
Yep. I mean, we did our debrief, and that was it, right? Did our debrief. Flew home. On the way home, they're like, "Guys, really good job. You get 2 days off." We showed up, you're laying back on the beach, right? Nobody ever meets you when you come home from deployment. Half the command is standing on the pizza and beer. And of course, the Navy bus. Get on the Navy bus.
Why was the body thrown into the ocean?
I don't know who made that decision. It was somebody way above my pay grade. I agree with it. I like it.
Agree with it?
Yeah.
Why?
We turned over the body to some Army counterparts, some Army Rangers, and they're the ones who flew it all the way out to the carrier and dumped it. I like it because it's there's no shrine, no memorial. He's just simply gone. There's no, even Al Qaeda has not said, "Hey, he's still alive and we've got him." Like, prove you've got him. He's gone. Done. Erased. Deleted. Never been seen again.
Right on.
I kind of like that, right? If there was some memorial or, shrine or where they buried him, maybe that would be a little bit better.
Makes sense. Would have also created a lot of conspiracy theories, but,
Government's got the photos. They can release them. They can do whatever they want.
Was that photo? There was a photo that was circulated. That was bullshit. You didn't take that photo.
Yo. Hey, do you know where the third power switch is here? I know it's by the dome, but that's all I know. Alright, thanks anyway.
An arc orbiter is en route. Safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
this area and just hung out, watched some TV until like, all right, guys, plane's ready. And then we hopped the flight. They, you typically stop in Germany. We air-to-air refueled on the way home, flew all the way back to the beach, landed, and good job, guys. 2 days off. I went to work both days because what do you do when the world has just exploded in such a way, right? And what, you're going to go hang out at home and feel like you're normal? No way. Everybody showed up at work, right? I see one of my good friends. I went to Green Team with him. Spent 8 years. I saw him more than I saw my family. Right? I see him 2 days after the mission, in our cage area at the command. I'm like, hey, Pat, are you... He looks at me and says, hey, man, can I ask you a question? Yeah, what do you got, dude? He looks around, make sure nobody else is there, and he's like, hey, are you sleeping? I'm like, fuck no, I'm not sleeping. I haven't slept in days. He's like, okay. Oh, I feel normal. That was the single most emotional conversation I ever had with any teammate in 14 years.
No shit.
Was it? Are you sleeping? Nobody ever nobody talked about it. Nobody talked about mental health or how you were doing. There was none of that. It was, so that was 2 days after the mission. One of my best friends was like, man, are you sleeping? Because I'm not. I'm like, fuck no, I'm not sleeping. He's like, okay, good. I feel normal too.
Fuck, man.
It was a lot. It was a lot. It was crazy, right? And the media just hypes it up and makes it want to be crazier. And it was us doing that. Some very historical event. I get it. I'm more proud of the Captain Phillips stuff, and I wasn't even one of the shooters, right? We saved somebody, not just killed a whole bunch of knuckleheads. I get that Bin Laden's a significant figure. I'm not knocking it, but it was yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. All the stuff SEALs training gives you, right? We can go sniper, shoot, homemade bombs, all the stuff we've been trained to do. Not 1 second. And hey, what do you do if your friend gets shot in the face? What do you do if you do a Bin Laden mission and it's fucking you up at home and you can't sleep? Nothing. So, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, man.
Right, if you're always going to revert to your training, in a bad situation, there was no training to revert to. It was just, and the right from my first deployment to that, lots of missions in between. And right, how are you evolving, adapting? What was changing in between that? I saw it all change, man. I saw from the beginning to the end. Yeah, it was tough. Not any of that. Not any section, not any second in there was any leadership ever worrying about the individual operator. Brand new, everybody was excited to be there. Right, okay, 8th deployment, 9th deployment, 10th deployment. Nobody was ever checking in. Like, hey, Sean, are you okay? Yeah, another 12 divorces in the squadron last year. Your family okay? Nobody ever asked that. Nobody once ever said, hey, your family okay? Your kids okay? Are you home enough? No way. And then if you did mention, hey, I got some stuff going on at home, it's like, oh boy, we're losing Biz. So it was the expectation and the pressure, certainly at my former command, grew and grew and grew. And with the success of Captain Phillips, and then with the success of all the expectation of, okay, you're going to be fine. I don't have to worry about the side effect it's having on my crew. But yeah, and then shortly after the Bin Laden raid and all the high of that, we had extortion. And you want to talk about a gut punch, right? That was crushing.
How long after the raid was extortion?
What, August? May to August.
A couple of months. Yeah.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking, while most of Toledo is asleep.
Yeah, I mean, that
Though my
was
suppliers
kind
say
of one
that
of the
Ark
final
is twice as
straws for me,
vigilant
right?
after
I knew
sunset.
my enlistment was coming up in December. I had been talking about, I didn't like the decisions being made in Afghanistan, taking away our dogs, saying no night missions, all this nonsense. I had joined and stayed in because of 9/11, and I did all these deployments, and I saw all this change happening throughout this stretch. And the longer I shits about you, Dave.
Was he? What was it though?
He was Commander Jason.
He was the JSOC commander. Okay.
Yeah. You know. I'll just put it this way: McCraven was at the command years ago, right? Before he was the commanding officer, he was not well at all. Everybody always saw him as a horrible boss, at least from my perspective of it. He left the squadron. He had this big plaque made that hung in the team room for years. Years later, he becomes the position he was in. Nobody liked him. Nobody liked the position he was in. He was very involved in trying to dogs and missions and all the stuff that helped keep us safe on very dangerous missions. So I may or may not have been there when his plaque was removed from the team room wall. Cut it in half. Shipped it overseas to a forward operating base in Afghanistan that we were working out of, and we burned it in the fire pit.
Go to the Santa Maria house.
We can keep going with the McCraven references here because I'm not a fan, right? You know, I wrote No Easy Day.
Hold on, before we get there, we'll get there.
Yep.
I know we got a lot to cover there. So I'm gonna rewind just a little bit. You know, how long was it after the Bin Laden raid where did you just left?
On the terminal week.
7 months. When did you decide you were getting out? How fast did you make that decision?
I've been talking about getting out before my last deployment. I told you we came home from the last deployment, and 10 days later we were spinning up on the deployment. So, I've been talking to a lot of my guys on that deployment. That deployment had slowed down. All the new rules were kicking in, making it more dangerous for us. And as somebody who's been there this whole time, looking at this, I'm like, this is just we're going back. Frustrated with how we were going backwards. I went through the beginning. Not an officer, it was an enlisted guy who stayed there the entire time. Right, our officers bounce in and out.
Let's go to the hospital.
I saw a lot of changes, and the more changes I saw, the more senior, the more mature I got, and the more older I got, and the more dead friends I earned or gained. It's like, man, maybe I'm not putting myself in the healthiest position here, being sent to war by some of these idiots. And so I was very open and honest with my hey, I don't know about this. So when I got back from that deployment, probably after the long mission round, but that's when I went and sat down with my master chief and he break. If you guys stayed there that long, they're like, okay, you can move out of the squadron and go do something different now. I'm like, okay, well, I need a break for 18 months. If I'm leaving the squadron, give me a break. And they're like, no, the only other bill we're going to give you is an operation with the squadron. I'm like, okay, well, those are my options. You're my master chief telling me my only option is this. Okay, thank you for that clarity. I already knew what was going on at the senior ranks in the military and what was going on in Afghanistan, and I saw them making it more dangerous for us doing our jobs. I was like, why am I going to continue to volunteer for these nonsense?
Well, I mean, what are the other guys then? Are they on the same page as you?
Deal, right? Are you 16 years? How close are you to that retirement? Right? I never joined. Right? I joined because I wanted to serve, and then I stayed. And then I just stayed and stayed and stayed because there was a war going on and very few of us were doing it. So I stayed. I didn't stay for the paycheck. You know, there's not much paycheck there. Retirement, right? I could do 20 years and retire at the same amount the trombone player in the band does 20 years and retire, right? It's not about the money. Like I said, I got out with a plaque with my name spelled. That's all I got. So it's never been about it was time. The other guys, maybe they're 16 years, I was 14, maybe they have 2 years left in their enlistment to get to trying to get us all with the big enlistment bonuses at 19 years. We stayed at 25. We'll give you some big money, tax-free. So they were definitely courting a lot of the guys at that level. And the hook is, if you do pass 10, well, why not stay at 20? And I was at 14. Why not stay 6 more? Well, what are the odds I make 6? Pretty good odds I make 6. Based off the amount of friends we make, right? What are the odds I make 6? And in these 6 years, I'm not going to be operational where I like. All these clowns that I don't trust and respect now.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We're having a fantastic week. I know it's only Monday. But hey, if you're not, it's off to a rough start. It'll get better. I have a phenomenal interview lined up for you guys. Rob has been a long time coming on this show. We finally got it done. And I think you guys are really going to enjoy it. Talk about his entire career and get into some philosophical type stuff that I think you all will find extremely interesting as well. And we'll tell you all about the Influence Elite newsletter that we're kicking off. All kinds of good stuff coming through that, especially the exclusive content that's only for the newsletter people. And all kinds of stuff.
Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world. The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, a terrorist who was responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children.
I realize this is a one-way mission. Not coming back from this one. We're targeting Al-Qaeda in places where they've never seen guys before. The reason you guys are here is this is as close as we've ever been to Osama bin Laden.
Good evening. The Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden is dead, killed by American special forces.
Don't forget
who
about
raided his
searching the
hideout in
drones after you
Pakistan
take
in the
them down.
early hours of the morning.
And I remember putting my first foot came out, and I'm looking at bin Laden's house, and I remember thinking, fuck, I guess we'll start the war from there.
These remarkable pictures from right inside his compound show us exactly where Osama bin Laden was finally killed.
The woman that found bin Laden said, I don't know what it looks like inside, but there will be a stairwell going to the second floor, and you will run into Khalid bin Laden. And he's 20 years old, that's bin Laden's son, and that is his last line of defense. He will be armed on the stairwell.
The blood you can see on the floor evidence of how he was shot in the head through his left eye.
Simply because he went this way, I turned this way. And standing 3 feet in front of me is Osama bin Laden. His wife's shoulders. I turn around and I kind of froze. And okay, other Navy SEALs are now coming in. A lot of guys are in there, and one of my guys came up to me and he said, "Are you good?" I said,
Let's go to the Santa Maria houses.
Rob O'Neill. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here.
It's been a long time coming.
It has, yeah. I think we've been promising to do this for a while.
Yeah.
Never got around to it. I was ready to
Yeah. Well, life gets in the way, right?
It does. Life happens around you.
But, well, we had a great conversation about the upcoming alien invasion that's going to happen.
I'm at a point right now.
Right?
I believe it a lot. I'm not sure if I believe it. So it's just it's a crazy deal.
It's to the point where no matter what happens, I'm not going to be surprised.
I mean, consider a few years ago. It's just something you see in a movie. There's no way it's really happening.
Yeah, put a line insane.
All of us, even if you're anti-mask,
Go to Plaza Rosa.
you're not going to fly around it.
Yeah.
You're not traveling.
Well, actually, I get everybody dressed, and I was going to get you a Delta SkyMiles.
Oh, thank you.
But,
Can I open it up?
yeah, go ahead. I need to get some of that beer. Yeah, put it right there.
Soldier beer, cap shot for pilots, special hops. So the special hops and IPA. Actually, we just came out with Neptune's beer to sort of commemorate Neptune's beer, which is commonly Neptune. People say Neptune.
Special hops. Nice. You gonna get into
Let's go to the Arbusto Tower.
We got a hell of a let's go through the entire career, hit the high point.
Where I did go.
Nice. Were you pretty tired with your old man?
Yeah. We kind of did everything together. We started hunting basically the same reason I joined the Navy, because he got dumped. He got a second divorce, and we just had to do something, so we started hunting. I think the first time we went hunting, it was in a two-door Datsun car. my Uncle Jack's, and we didn't know what we were doing. We didn't know how to sight in a weapon. Kind of went out. We got a doe tag for an antelope, and we went out. And all we knew how to do was get the cooler stocked.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like sodas and Twinkies and sandwiches and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to call it the buffet, and that was kind of it. It was there was basketball season, there was hunting season, there was fishing, and then hanging out in Butte, Montana, which I thought was a big city at the time because we didn't really go anywhere.
Do you miss it there?
I do. I love to go back. I sometimes get jealous of people that have a normal job and a normal life, 9 to 5. You know, wake up in the morning, kiss your kids, go to work, have lunch, come home, be with your kids.
I totally understand that.
Yeah, just a normal life. I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool.
They don't have really shit to worry about.
Yeah.
But yeah, what did your old man do?
He was a stockbroker. He's
he was a
retired now.
stockbroker?
Yeah. Now he does weird shit. Like he bought a really fast Harley, and he's 73, and I think it scares him. But he bought it, and he's actually taking his road test soon. Do the cone thing.
Oh shit.
Go to the Santa Maria houses.
I was playing, but it wasn't fun anymore.
Let's go to the Arbusto Tower.
And I had two and they all have I would see them come back to Butte, Montana, and like it was like watching someone from Full Metal Jacket walk in. I was in the Blue Villa, and Ben walked in, and I'm like, holy shit, I left the ring. Like that guy, I still was like, I was still playing basketball. I was like, that's a fucking ring. I'm gonna go just and then when it was time to leave, like as a young man, you can go out and see the world. It's great, right? Yeah. And I again, Full Metal Jacket, I play it because I watched that. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do that. Because I guarantee you, I want to do that. 20 years, but went down there. My wife calls me the luckiest of lucky man. I think what they're saying, I think what they're saying is you can flip over your ship and land in the pot. So I went in to join the race, and as luck would happen, the ring was there. He was literally out there. The Navy guy was and I went over to him because my two friends, and everyone's heard the joke about my two friends, Ben and Jim, said the Marine Corps National Park is part of the Navy.
Let's move to that location.
They're part of the Department. Don't know what he is. They said, it wasn't the Marine. He's sitting there. I didn't know what the shit that meant. He's a chief, so he's clever.
Head home at the northern station. Head home at the southern station.
I've been Carl's. We have snipers. All you have to do is send a weapon sniper. I didn't know what that was. I'm from Montana. I didn't know how to swim. And me being a naive young man, I thought, I don't know what the SEAL is, but this guy here is a professional recruiter. Why would you lie to me? And I signed it, and I signed a contract to go. The only thing I didn't write was I learned early in life to get it right. Whatever you're doing, fine, we can do business on a handshake, but sign this first.
Yeah.
So I got in writing. It was called the Dive Fair Program.
The Dive Fair?
The Dive Fair Program, which meant you get like a $2,500 bonus. You are guaranteed a chance to go to West based on what the American SEALs are. You But
An ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
to have her watch me, and she didn't tell me my face. There's no fucking way you can make it through this train. And the only person that says that I think really believed in me was my father. Just because because of our attitudes with free throws and master the basics. Free throws, and that's what I can describe life. It would be how to be successful in life, free throws. Because it's master the basics. Do your thing, shoot here, muscle memory. You want to be great? Do it 1,000 times. You want to be really great? Do it 10,000 times. Do everything like you do anything. We would do drills. My father and me, we would play every single day. And anything from an hour of one-on-one to 3 hours of 65. But we were not allowed to leave the gym until one of us made at least 20 free throws in a row. So that start with a make, and then you keep shooting. And that's something else too about like stances with shooting and all that stuff. When you make your first free throw, you don't move. You're in the position. I hate watching basketball players how they make a free throw and then they get over 5. Fuck you, it's your job. You made a free throw, make the second one, and then talk about how awesome it is. But we couldn't leave the gym until one of us hit 20 in a row. And that could take 5 minutes, that could take 3 hours.
Damn.
But we got so good at it that we made ourselves. There's a steakhouse in Butte, Montana called the Derby, and like Montanans, like I said, how we don't know how good it is because we're just there. Don't realize how great the steaks are at the Derby in Butte, Montana. We would start our season off 20 in a row to leave the gym, 20 for a steak. Now it stays at 20 to leave the gym, but now it goes up by 5. 25 for a steak, 30 for a steak, 35 for a steak, 20 to leave the gym, 50 for a steak. And we got to the point, my father made 91 in a row, and that was the family record for a week, because the next week I made 105 in a row. In a row. And you know what's funny is like a lot of things in life, only 2 of us saw it, so you can take my word for it or tell me bullshit. But he believed in me, and so being lucky instead of good. So that meant I could still get into the pool like at 5 in the morning. And I went up there and I'm like, okay, the breaststroke is one of the strokes. It can't be that hard. It's 25 meters down, 25 meters back. I'll swim 1,000 meters from there. And like anything, everything was going fine until I entered the water, and that's when the problem started. I'm fucked. I just signed a contract with the government to be a Navy SEAL, and I don't know how to swim.
Holy
so
shit.
I was trying, and I'm busting my ass doing whatever, and my friend, I'm in there for just dying. I'm trying to get out, and my friend Mike Driscoll, I went to high school with him, one of the few people in Montana who did swim, and I believe he did go on to swim at Notre Dame. And he said, Rob, don't take this the wrong way. It's great to see you. I've just literally never seen you in the pool before. What gives? And I said, I just joined the Navy. I'm going to be a SEAL. And he goes, oh no, not like that. He goes, come here. And then he showed me how to do the breaststroke, how to do the side stroke. And so with repetition, I would go there every day. And I still have my, there's a little packet you get when you join the Navy, that folder. And even like there's the BUD/S warning order and all that shit. I still have that with I would write my times down for the 500-yard swim that you had to do.
No shit, you still have that?
I still have it. I found it in one of the kit bags that we all keep because I might need this. Simplify, that's what he was going to do. He was going to be a Marine. He went to aircrew school in the Marine Corps, and they taught him how to really do the combat recovery stroke. And he goes, just do this a couple times. And just like when I saw Ben in the Vuvilla, I was watching him swim, and I'm like, okay, this is next level shit. Now I got to get this. I got proficient, I thought.
Yeah.
And then I did get to...
Let's go to the Santa Maria house.
And, you know, I actually failed the screening test the first time. Because I took it like an asshole after you get those 90 shots and you're just sick of the dogs, cotton out, whatever. And I remember sitting there, like, how many people try out in boot camp? At the time, there must have been 400 people.
What year is this?
1996.
96.
And looking at these bleachers, and I still had that small town mentality. I remember looking at the Navy SEAL flag, the unofficial Navy SEAL flag. I'm watching perfect shot with like Gregory
Let's go to the Red Tower.
Part of the dive fair program, I didn't realize this was supposed to be a corner. I didn't see that inside, but I finagled my way into it, taking grades. I made up some bullshit, and I found out what the shortest base for me was, so I could get to Buzz right away. And it was aircrew survival equipment for parachute. So I would get that. I knew I could finish boot camp, go to Millington, Tennessee. It was like a 2 or 3 week base. And I was with Marines now, but, I mean, I'm talking huge. I had 1, 2, 3, 1 white and 1 black. Huge Marines. And then this big black Marine, staff sergeant, he taught me how to wind a bobbin and how to sew. And at first I thought, okay, I'm into some shit, but I don't know. I'm like, wait a minute, sewing might be an awesome trade. I'm going to pay attention. A big, tough Marine taught me how to sew. I learned about
Go to the Arbusto Tower.
Console machine. And geez, I still got to be a good thing. But before we have a high-speed kit, if you need to cut this pocket off, sew it here, where do you want your stuff? But never sew it when you're good at it, because then your first LPO, he'll have you sewing everyone uniform.
Yeah.
You have a year workout to get all 100 of these cloths or whatever. Yeah, I went to Wilmington and went back to Montana for leave and then drove my truck to Coronado. The first place I stopped in Coronado was right by and I just wanted to get the ocean. If I was talking to Rob O'Neill now, I'm like, you're going to get ocean time. Just stay out. Yeah. Don't take cold showers. My thing about cold showers, and he said, "This is how I started to realize that they're training you how to do successful." He said, I mean, and bud instructors are not historically nice guys, but this guy's like, I'm not here to intimidate. I'm trying to motivate. He was our class proctor, so that is the one that helped me through. He said, I know you've seen me. Regardless of how bad today was, and it will be bad. Tomorrow's a clean slate. Tomorrow is a fresh start. And when you feel like quitting, what you do not quit right now. That's emotion. I want you to quit tomorrow. If you can keep quitting tomorrow, you can do anything in life. And that's what I mean, I thought I wasn't going to make. I had to get up 15 minutes early to put on sunscreen. Like, I thought that would be a reason. A sunburn would get me out of this. You know, little shit like that. But it started to enforce me. Fuck that. I'm going to put sunscreen on. I'm going to fail a swim, but I'm not going to quit. And then you start seeing guys quit. And one problem too is I called it sympathetic quitting. When someone that you think is tougher than you because he's louder than you quits, well, if he can't make it out, and I'm sure you saw that. Yeah. Someone, well, shit, they just follow him. Like, fuck him. Like, even in the movies, when you see someone go into the bell and the other students are like, no, it's like, fuck you, quit. I don't want you. Yeah, join it. I'm not quitting. Yeah. And then it just, it turns into Hell Week. And all of a sudden it's breakout. Like, we're in the tent, I know it's coming, and breakout starts, which is organized chaos.
Don't forget about searching the
get a
drones after
muster,
you take them
get
down.
evoked, and like, they're not going to. They got instructors like that are retired and to fuck with you. Yeah. Just to realize the chaos. And there was a guy that quit right off the bat in breakout. And I'm like, dude, this is the best part. Like, this is the movies. And then again, it's just I did have someone say, obviously your next goal is your next meal. Your long-term goal right now is sunrise on Wednesday. And if you can live in sunrise, you'll probably be so doped up from lack of sleep that they'll just push you through. Yeah. And then all of a sudden it's Friday, and then we did, the mud pits, the famous shit at the end, like the bacteria-infested cesspool, whatever. And I remember we had Admiral Richards was going to secure us, and a typical admiral, he was 3 hours late, so they have to beat up for an extra 3. It's like, can someone just secure this shit? And can I get a Gatorade to
just let us go?
Hey, I remember he said he's shaking everyone's hands, and he's like the first admiral I ever met, and he's like, congratulations, O'Neill. Thank you, Admiral. Now wipe that shit off your face. I'm like, roger that. Yeah, and then all of a sudden Hell Week's over. And then you're in the walk week where they're actually letting you recover. And then I'll never forget our first swim, because now you're done with Hell Week. And obviously, Hell Week, I think, is the reason that Navy SEALs in combat will walk 3 miles out of their way to avoid getting their boots wet. Yeah. You get tortured. And our first 2-mile swim, they had us line up and face the ocean. The first time getting in the ocean after Hell Week. Don't be afraid of failure. Just don't quit. And then I went through and I think I untied most of the knots, and you know, you come up at the end, I feel fine, and then this instructor's here, and it's here, O'Neill, pass. I'm like, fuck yeah! And he grabbed me and he goes, you untied 3 of my whammy knots, fucker. And then you get out and you're in dive phase, and that's where you learn that the Navy can make anything suck. Because diving, scuba diving, I don't know if you know this, is fun. Not in the fucking Navy.
No.
So, you know, you do a little bit of open circuit stuff, then you do the cool 100, 120 feet dive in the Pacific, which you do. Then you get into a dragger and just learning how to ship attack shit and, you know, dive medicine, dive physics, and, you know, classroom stuff. Now this is where the meatheads who can run 5 miles, they fit. Because now you got to learn about Boyle's Law. You got to learn about the bends, learn about AGEs, arterial gas embolism, shit like that. And all of a sudden you're done with that. And now it's 3rd phase. And at this point, no one told me that San Clemente Island is by far the worst part. I mean, I thought Hell Week was bad. I thought Pool Comp was bad. The fucking island, for me, was the worst.
No shit.
40 straight days of nothing but getting beat. And I'm convinced the instructors are, you know, hitting the sauce a little bit out there, because they're reminding us that no one, you know, we're killing you on one of the nicest beaches in the world. Nobody can hear you scream out here. And, yeah, I mean, you know, and their thing was wet and sandy every hour on the hour for 24 hours. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You need to run to the surf kit, and your swim buddy goes with you. Every hour on the hour. And I have pictures of, like, I mean, you could be in your, sleep on the floor, and then they're watching. Or we think they're watching.
Yeah.
I mean, they might not be, but what if they are? Yeah, I had my swim buddy kept, he just got some sort of homesick or some sort of feeling fever, and he kept fucking everything up. He forgot to put the buffer in his gun. And the instructor said, did you do a function check on this? And he's like, yes, I did. And he's like, pull the trigger, go spring. So obviously the gun is working. He goes, all right, you two wet. So I'm just I'll never forget, I think SEAL Team Marine was out there. So the Buds compound is here, and then the kick-ass SEAL compound, like for Navy SEALs. And they're still legends to us. They fucked up a demo shot in the bay there. They didn't double fucking whatever. It didn't go off. So now you got all these charges in the water that don't go off, and there's like this. I'm going to screw up the regulations for the Navy, but I think it's 48 hours. No one can even get in. The DOD can't even go in there because it might go. And everyone knows that an explosion in water is way worse than an explosion on land, because water doesn't compress. So my buddy fucked up again, and they're like, okay, and the instructor goes, well, I can't get you guys wet every hour.
Some people
I can't
think I
put
just
you in the
stand
surf
here all
every hour on
day.
the hour because I have demo shots. And I go, I will hit him with the fucking hose every hour on the hour. Let me do it. Lay out, spray this motherfucker. So yeah, but then the irony is, you know, you take the C-130 back, and now they're saying, okay, well, on the island where we're going,